Twitch us live and try to give a recap as best I can, because life has been crazy lately. So, general recap. You guys have been going all over the city of Yonmaas. You've been lurking with the Mercantile League, that's a hard word to say, and trying to secure support for Princess Eutropia. Now, you've done a few different missions for that. Most recently, you thought you had found a lead at the restaurant The Savories. Turned out it was just a guy scamming people into thinking that food was good with suggestion magic.
Also with hot waitresses, or hot cooks.
Yeah, I mean, the cooks were just hot regardless. I don't know if that was part of his plan, but it is what happened.
Sometimes you just get lucky.
Additionally to that, you guys had found the supposed, hidden druid in the park. Turned out to be this lady, Lieutenant Galindra Jonrek. And she basically told you all that her commanding officer, Jalissa Stauble, Commander Stauble, is prepping some kind of treachery and is encamped in this, compound of buildings called the Tall Grasses. She also knows that the Orvestikar Manor is not an abandoned ruin, as most people thought, but rather she thinks it's a trap people have been sent to by Commander Stauble to dispose of them. She doesn't know exactly what's been going on, but she knows she tried to approach it with her elephant mount. This is a Jonrek's elephant mount, and it was promptly turned to stone. In addition to that, let's put you back on the Yonmaas map. So you guys have done
Ben,
whole... Yep.
I don't think you ever gave us the magic items we took off the guy.
Oh, yes. I will copy and paste those in a Roll20 in just 1 second.
Thank you kindly.
And anyone want to be the first roll of the night? Because Drow dropped a random item, we can do that too.
Sure, why not?
Alright, do you want all of the things or some of the things?
One, maybe.
You want just the regular magic items?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
D12, right?
Yes, indeed. Well, D12 and a D100.
That's a 7 and a 97. Nice.
Ooh.
Hell yeah. Alright. Where are my wizards at? Alright. So first of all, this is actually, he was a monster from the NPC codex that they said to use in the game, so I just had to open that really quick. So on him, Spare, he had a potion of invisibility, a scroll of dispel magic, a scroll of suggestion, a wand of charm person with 20 charges, and an amulet of natural armor +1, a cloak of resistance +1, and a ring of protection +1.
Alright, can you copy those in for us?
Yeah, I'll type them up in a second. I just gotta...
Okay.
Because that's literally in a reference book in front of me.
Sure.
Anybody want that, right?
Alright, ooh, damn, 7. Alright, so that's gonna be a head slot with a 97.
Cool.
It's gonna be a pretty good roll. And what level are you guys now, remind me? I have too many different campaigns.
10.
Level 10. Ooh, okay, it's moving up a different chart then.
Oh, fuck, did I level up?
I hope you...
Alright, give me a spellcraft check. As you see, he's like, oh, I took this from one of the patrons as payment and everything to actually give me. Oh, baby, 23. Alright, yeah, that's definitely gonna do it. So it looks like at first just a simple silver ring. But you know, this is a Halo of Inner Calm. When a Halo Silver Calm is worn by a tiefling, it hovers just above their head, though it still uses the head magic item slot. It helps to calm the baser emotions and the dark whispers that plague tieflings, granting the wearer +4 resistance bonus on all saving throws against all spells with emotion descriptors. When worn by a tiefling of good alignment, it provides spell resistance 13 against spells with evil descriptor and +2 bonus on saving throws.
So useless for us because none of us are tieflings, but pretty cool.
Is Blaze not a tiefling? In my head, she was a tiefling.
No, she's a bog standard human.
Huh, well. I stand
What are the horns?
corrected.
I had an idea to make her a tiefling, but I decided against it.
Alright, fair enough, fair enough. Alright, and I'm just gonna put those in the Roll20 chat really quick. So
Yeah. Her horns are just because of Dragon Dad.
Potion Invis. Scroll of Dispel Magic. Wand of Charm Person. 20 charges. Cloak of Resistance. Ring of Protection. Amulet of Natural Armor. All +1. I know I probably spelled those really badly, but it's because I was looking at the book and not a good typer, honestly. Just not a good typer. All right.
Late.
So
Can somebody else add those to the spreadsheet? I'm trying to update some stuff on my character sheet at the moment.
Sure.
alrighty. So we have our loot. So you guys heard about the last thing you guys were planning on going was going to Oakenstar Manor to see what the fuck was the deal with all these stone things. Additionally, when raiding the old slaughterhouse, you found evidence that your enemy, Yander Mercondus, who was sent here by Pythagoras, not Pythagoras, was sent here by Pythagoras to secure support for his claim to the throne. You found evidence that he has been doing all kinds of shady shit in the city to win over the Mercantile League, including starting that Dream Plague, among other stuff. However, you don't have enough proof yet, although you did find out that there is enough proof, most likely if you can connect what you currently have with what is in Yawns, what was in Tall Grasses.
I'm pretty sure, but I don't remember. Did we do a roll last time to see what can cause things to turn to stone?
You did last time. I believe the primary cause you were thinking of when looking at spells was just flesh to stone, and then stone to flesh is like the counter.
Mm-hmm.
So we should probably get a couple of scrolls of stone to flesh.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I can use scrolls of stone to flesh and flesh to stone, so I should be good.
Right. And then just some of the other general stuff around town. You had like the psycho woman, the conspiracy theorist, who her conspiracies didn't turn out to be that crazy. You had the slaughterhouse, you had the temple. I don't think you guys ever went actually in the cathedral.
Yeah, not yet.
You got the inn you were staying at. You got the hill where you found the woman. That's Area F. Area E is Savories. Area L you guys also haven't been to yet, but that is the location where your agents infiltrated that weird like cult meeting that worships the Twilight Child. Yes. That is all the things. I'm sure I probably glazed over some stuff, but there's a lot to go on. Yeah, I think that's all you guys have going on right now. So if you want to, Yawns is a much higher purchasing limit than where you guys were before, so if you want to assume you can get those scrolls and just mark down the money, that is totally fine. Is there any other items you guys are looking to purchase before you go looking for this, abandoned ruin of a manor that is apparently turning folks to stone?
Yeah, the not Gorgon. Yeah.
Does anybody know if there's like a non-magical defense against gaze attacks or something?
Not off the top of my head. Is that a roll?
You alright?
I mean, assuming that this is like inside of a building or something, or just any place with corners, we could like take mirrors. I'm pretty sure gaze attacks only work if you have direct line of sight, so if we're just looking around corners with mirrors, we should be able to see whatever is there first. maybe get the drop on it.
Also, if what you're thinking about is gaze attacks, you can also always try to avoid a gaze attack, which makes it not work. It just gives you mischance.
All right.
Are there
so
other ways to... Hold on. Are there
Did
other
any
ways to
fight
get scrolls?
Okay, wait, hold on. Olivia first, go ahead. Other ways to what?
There's like spells you can cast and shit that give you different versions of vision, like scent and stuff, right?
Yeah. And then what else? Who else was gonna say something? Go ahead.
I was just checking if anybody made the scroll purchase, but it doesn't look like it yet.
Okay.
So it's a 6th level spell.
Alright. And while you guys...
6th level spells are boom. Where is it? It is 1,800.
All right, should we get 3 of them?
Yeah, sounds good.
No, you don't get the sorcerer one.
But I am a sorcerer.
Yeah, but you don't. Because it's on your spell list. You don't. It doesn't have to be a sorcerer scroll for you to have.
He is
to
right.
activate.
It
You
is
could-
weird like that. Like, as long as the spell's on your spell list, the person who made the scroll doesn't have to be your class, and sometimes, like,
Right.
wizard's cheaper and all that.
1650. Good GP.
All right.
It's not terrible.
Get like we already told her that we would fix her elephant, right?
Yep.
So get like
You
4.
did tell her that.
You think stone to flesh also like an integrated thing, so you could just like turn a bit of stone into flesh and like stick people in it?
Well, you just have a big lump of flesh.
Gross. Do not like
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
if you're
actually a
limited
good
to
psychological weapon. Like you go into battle and you're fighting on a rock surface, and all of a sudden you cast your spell, and now they're standing on
That's
top
like
of this
some
pulsating
true evil
flesh.
casting shit. Fuck that. That sounds horrendous.
I'll keep that in mind for my next evil campaign.
That's like a spell like I would never have thought to use that way. Jesus. All right. So if there are not any other purchases,
I'm buying some scrolls.
okay.
Alright.
Just make sure to mark them down.
Yeah. I think I got the only one that I needed.
Well, once
I
you
feel-
are ready, I'm gonna drop. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. If you guys want to drop your characters around here, is the walk up to the manor. You can already see, kind of by looking ahead, that most of it is like collapsed ruins. The front doors are still standing, as well as part of the rear tower. There's like used to be 3 towers, those circles. 2 have collapsed. 1 in the back still has walls.
All right. Where's the elephant?
The elephant you actually pass, not technically on the map, but you pass it on the road just over here. So as you guys are approaching, Lieutenant John would be like, "This is as close as I got. Once my elephant turned to stone, I ran away."
All right. Let's get there. Let's get her elephant back.
Mm-hmm. And I don't even need to make a roll for it because of the schools and like caster levels and stuff.
No, yeah, if it's on your spell list, you can just use it. Alright. So, as you guys approach, I'm going to read you this, then I'm going to read you the description of the elephant. The manor of stone and wood has collapsed into little more than rubble. The walls are mounds of stone some 15 feet high, while former towers are nothing more than slightly taller ruins. The only portion of the manor that appears intact, and the only readily identifiable passageway into its interior is a wide gate on its southern side. And then for the elephant, on the way there, you're seeing a life-size statue of a rearing elephant, complete with I don't know what that is. Caparison, and saddle. Capri Suns and saddle. I assume it's some sort of like riding thing.
Is it like CAPRIC, right?
CAPARISON. Anyway, it
No
stands
idea.
in the overgrowth on the trail near the manor.
Oh, comparison, yeah.
An ornamental covering spread over a horse's saddle or harness. You learn something new every day. Alright. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you guys are on the approach.
T8.
28. 26. Alright. So
Phineas rolled a
Sorry. That's +8 if I can smell it.
if you can smell it.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you scroll up, I'm using Bloodhound because it's
so-
high level.
All of you guys spot this before approaching. It seems that just past this fountain, the area in front of the doors has been rigged to collapse. If you try to get in that way, get within about 10 feet of the double doors, a bunch of that like piled up rubble, like all those walls that are like still standing, quote unquote, are actually just going to collapse.
Okay, so who has fly?
Ooh, me.
Off you go.
Okay. I will cast flying on myself and start flying.
All right. You fly over the top. How close are you getting to it? Or like,
Say,
how
right
high
here.
are you going, I guess I should say.
Good 80 feet.
80 feet? Okay, hold on. In that case, I'm going to go ahead and remove some of those light barriers. So you can kind of get a better view. And give me one chance to describe, and some stuff's going to happen. Within the tumbled walls of the manor, an open space measuring roughly 50 feet square lies choked with stone and timber debris. A mostly ruined roof still clings to the corners, providing just a bit of shelter over a wooden staircase in the northwest corner. Among the debris, a dozen statues depict a gruesome tableau of staged death. In the center of the courtyard, two statues have fallen in a duel, amid a frozen circle of distraught onlookers, dressed in improvised finery. On the staircase, statues fall over each other in apparent attitudes of grief. At the base of the staircase stand two statues in long, makeshift wedding coats. Most of the statues are half-painted, with vivid red paint resembling bloody wounds. Do you have knowledge local or nobility, as Blaze?
I have knowledge local. That's an 11. I'm not very good at it.
Okay. This doesn't look familiar to you. However, as you approach... you see a traveler come running out, like down those back stairs. Please, you gotta get me out of here.
Is he looking at me?
It's a girl. She's like runs out shouting it at the top of her lungs.
Is invisibility a touch spell?
Invisibility is a touch spell.
Alright. How much light is this again? Alright. Don't run through the doors. Just be safe.
All right, wherever you are, could you come down and help me?
Can I sense motive on this woman?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Got a 5. Wonderful.
She seems terrified. This traveler is in dire need of your assistance.
Alright, I'm coming down. I'll fly on down to her.
Okay, so there's no way in other than through the gates.
No,
There aren't
it's all
holes?
like, yeah, or just the holes on the walls. You can just climb right over this rubble. As
right.
you land in, she's like, oh, thank you so much. That's just, right where you're standing, that's just going to be, a perfect addition to the collection.
What? I am shocked.
And as the traveler shifts to this woman. Snakes writhing in her hair, mace aglow with electricity.
I'm out. Can I fly up?
No, too late for that. Alright, I'm gonna need you to make a fortitude save as her eyes crackle with yellow energy.
14.
Right? That is one lower than the DC you need.
Fuck.
Your body turns to stone amid the stone garden.
Can I counter with like the scroll, or does that take too long?
You can't counter.
You
with
can't
the
counter
scroll.
with the scroll, unfortunately. Dispel magic on scrolls is
Yeah.
not as good as regular dispel.
Yeah, do you have to spell magic?
I do.
Do you?
Yeah,
Oh,
you
you have
can
regular
count.
dispel?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can try to count. Oh, actually, let's see. If it is a supernatural ability, you won't be able to.
Is it a supernatural ability?
Yes.
Damn. All right.
Because it's not a spell she's using to do it. It's like a ability she has as a monster. So at this point, we're
Okay.
gonna roll into initiative.
Isn't it that if she if it's replicating a magic effect that exists that you can counterspell it, or is that
That if it does that, it'll usually say that it is a spell-like ability instead of a supernatural ability. Petrifying Gaze doesn't have the description of, as flesh to stone. Petrifying Gaze literally just turn to stone permanently. This is a save, a fortitude save, like that kind of thing. Well, she got a nat 1 on initiative, so that's not great for her. Alright, so let's get some battle music with your pen. Alright. First up is Olivia. Oh, hold on, let me get this girl in as well.
I'm going to take out the last, my alchemical thing that lets me take 2 extracts at once, and I'm gonna pop fly and haste.
Okay, you can drink 2 at once, you said? What are you drinking?
Yeah. Fly and haste.
Okay, go for it.
And then that's my turn because it's a move action to take that out.
Alright, and then it is going... Blaze, you are still frozen in stone. That is going to be the lieutenant. She is going to attempt to run up into a tree over here and double move and attempt a climb check so she can get in position with her bow. She succeeds. That is her full turn. She's about 15 feet off the ground in this tree over here. Phineas.
As a swift action, I go into snake style, and then I cast greater invisibility on myself, and I'll move towards her.
Okay, moving up there, and then it's gonna be Galatus. From there, Phineas, you can clearly see Blaze has been turned to stone, and you can see the Medusa creature over there.
All right, so going to double move.
Double move. All right.
Double move.
The warriors sprint forward. That is going to be back to her turn. And Phineas, what spell do you have on you right now?
Greater invisibility.
Okay, so it's just, I mean, I'll give her a perception check, but yeah, there's no way. there's no way. All right. So she hears movement. She doesn't know Phineas is there. So she's gonna move up. She would want to get. All right, Phineas, you're gonna get an op attack on her because she's moving like into this tower right past you. All right, and she doesn't know you're there, so this is against flat-footed. Is that with any other bonuses, or just 15?
Just a 15.
Okay. Your fist impacts her, but you realize like under that thin shirt is like snake scales, and it doesn't go through her like natural armor. She looks confused as shit though, trying to figure out where that blow came from. She is going to look around, and
I'm trying to avoid looking at her face. I'm looking at it like her knees.
as she looks around, I think what she is gonna try and do, man, it's so hard. All right, she is going to point at Galatus. And
I'm averting my eyes.
trying to, she points at you, make a will save as she tells you, drop your weapon! And you see like a blur of green magic surround your head.
I decline.
You fully do not care at all. She kind of lowers her finger, frowning, like, what is happening? This was going so well. Back to Olivia.
Okay. Where's the holes out on this thing?
It's pretty much all holes. Except for, like, the initial wall up here. It's all, like, collapsed.
Also, you have fly.
Yeah, I know. But I could charge her right now.
No, yeah, you could definitely charge her.
Or you could unstun me. I mean, like, come on, man.
Yeah, do I have a use magic device? Oh, I
You tell
do.
me.
Oh,
You
what I wanted. Oh, would I double move to save the party member? I think I would double move to save the party member.
Alright, are you, like,
So I'm just
flying
gonna
over the
go-
wall?
Yeah, up and over.
Pew! Olivia sails through the air back to the statue. The Medusa, like, turns to watch you go. And she's like, what? What's happening?
My eyes are closed, by the way.
Are you just smelling
So,
away?
Yeah. Well, once I get in there, yeah, 100%.
Alright,
What's she gonna do? Look at me?
Blaze is still frozen, brings the lieutenant. You see, she, like, pops out of the tree. And she's like, this is for my elephant, you bitch! And it's gonna go off with her, one composite shortbow attacking around. But miraculously, she does pull it off and deals 8 damage to the Medusa. Just
You hear
well, arrow strikes over, and the Medusa's like, I wondered where that elephant came from.
And here it is.
Olivia like snaps her fingers and is like, "You get her, girl."
I'll deal with you in a minute. Phineas.
I take a 5-foot step, I make her my studied target, and then I hit her with I hit her with vampiric touch.
That is most certainly a hit. And she does not have solar resistance. Go ahead and roll your damage.
So that's 35.
35 and 21 of it is what you drained from her?
Yeah.
And that should be temp HP for you now, right?
Yep.
She's just like, God damn it! This was supposed to be simple. She said she'd only send a few at a time. Brings us to Galatus.
There are just a few of us. Valeros is going to pop up there and make an attack.
Roger that. Most certainly going to be a hit for 20.
Oh,
Blade
hang on.
Stabs into her.
We're going to go high. Because she's got concealment. Because we're averting our eyes.
Yes, she does have concealment. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. You can go
Okay.
stab her. Hell yeah.
And then Galatus is going to Bane. And we're again going high. Yes.
Holy shit.
So just the first attack.
Alright, Phineas, you want to reroll that on the punch? Well, the punch actually didn't go through anyway, right? Oh, but the touch attack did. Yeah, go ahead and roll concealment on that. Do you want high or low?
I'll do high.
And then...
And the punch would have been her flat-footed because I'm still invisible. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it would have hit flat-footed. Do-do-do. Alright, so that... Let me add that back. Hold on. But the
All my
Bane
temporary hit
attack
points are gone.
is gonna go off. Is that 29 with the Bane damage already?
Yep.
Hell yeah, okay. Alright, it's back to her. Still has no goddamn clue where Phineas is. Oh man, what is she even gonna try to do here?
He's the one punching you in your head, sweetie.
Alright, okay.
Ooh, surrender.
She's not gonna surrender. Is there anywhere she can even 5-foot step? Not really. Okay, she is going to 5-foot step to here. Actually, no. She's gonna just try to cast defensively. That's all she can really do right now. You guys are totally surrounded. Okay, that is a success, and she is going to vanish. I would say enough of you have used invisibility this fight to be pretty confident without a spellcraft check that she just went invisible.
Is spell magic?
Yeah, you want to try to counter it?
Yeah.
Go for it. Yeah, that counters it. She disappears like, the fights will be mine. Like, what? No, stop it! As the invisibility flickers back out. She immediately reappears. Oh man, she's getting cooked right now. Okay.
Darling, you're way too pretty to hide that face.
Shut up. She's gonna 5-foot step back, kind of like back out of this abandoned mansion now. All right, Olivia.
Let's see if I can use the scroll. What's the check on use magic device? Whatever. I'm just gonna roll.
It's not a nat 1.
Nat 1.
It's not a 12.
Well,
Doesn't something happen on a nat 1 with a scroll?
I don't think so. I think it doesn't work.
You have to roll a wisdom check, and if you get a nat 1, then it's gone.
Oh damn! Really?
Yeah. So
I guess my old DM just never played with that. That's wild.
hey,
My old DM let a lot of things slide. Okay, the scroll does not like explode in your hands. You're safe.
I'm gonna 5-foot step around. Eyes still closed.
Just hunkering down behind Blaze, eyes closed. Alright, Lieutenant is gonna go in again with another arrow shot. Just tink! The Medusa just smacks it away with the back of a scaled hand. Like, nope, Not again, you simpleton. Alright. back to Phineas. This Medusa's not looking good.
5 foot step, and then I'll try another vampiric touch attack. Does a 23 hit or touch?
It sure does. If you're averting your eyes, do the D100.
High roll.
High roll. Damn it.
You try to go for it, but as your eyes are closed, you like listen for like the scrape of her shoes across the floor in the rubble, and you misjudge it, going right.
Oh, I missed last time, so I'm still holding the charge. I can do flurry of blows,
Oh yes, you did not expel the charge. Go for it.
and it does not matter. Fuck.
Good roll so far tonight. Excellent. All right, Galatus, you and Valoros are up.
Alright, 5 foot step. Full attack. And do I need to do concealment for each attack?
Yes, it is on each attack.
First one hits.
Okay. All right, then that's gonna be 18. She is still standing. All right. And for Galatus?
Okay, he's going to 5 foot step, do studied target, and full attack.
Alright. Both are potential hits. You want highs or lows?
Oh, I rolled him. Oh, I didn't roll him, did I?
For Valorous, you did.
Yeah. Alright, gonna go highs.
Alright.
Nope. No,
Two misses.
darn it.
You're like just trying to listen for it and can't quite do it. You're just being too careful. You don't want to hit Valorous on the side.
I'm trying to look at her feet.
She's like, curse all of you, look at me! Right. Alright, just double checking the ruling on one thing. Okay. She's like, you there, swordsman. Perhaps you would like to drink this, yes? Give me a will save if she holds out a... Only roll defensively. Okay. Give me a will save as she holds out a, like, potion bottle towards you.
To whom?
To Galatus.
Alright, we'll save again,
I
huh?
should have said which swordsman.
Yeah. Ooh, I am not so inclined.
She turns her eyes to Valoros, thinking like, he's gonna be next. Alright, and she is gonna stay where she is. And that will be Olivia's turn to try and free our stone compatriot again. I believe it is 10 plus spell level to activate, so that should work. So there's a whirl of magic. The stone, like, cracks, and Blaze is standing there, fully mobile again.
Hey, you're not a trap. Wait, where are you? Wait, where are they?
Statue, another piece of my collection. How dare you?
Oh, hi there.
Simpleton.
I'm going to whip around and then just huck a fireball at her.
Actually, it's 20 plus caster level. Or plus spell
plus
level.
caster level.
I know.
Damn.
It's amazingly difficult
Tetsu's
until
wild.
you get really high level.
Never mind.
So it's a 26 DC.
That is actually wild. I was surprised that's high. Alright. In that case, Lieutenant's gonna take a shot with her bow again. A little pea shooter. She manages to hit again. I'm shocked. She does 2 damage.
Oh.
Wonderful.
Ba-dink. Arrow like barely sinks into her skin.
She's hit more than Galaxy.
Fair. Phineas. Still haven't used that charge.
Still haven't used that charge. First attack.
Okay.
I'm going to go with low.
Ooh.
You son of a bitch.
Why you gotta do him dirty like that? Roll 20.
And then my second attack. Does a 17 touch hit?
17 does hit touch, yes.
And
High roll, high roll.
I'm gonna go with high. Son of a-
Jesus. You see the snakes of her hair like whoo, 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 like blowing in the wind of these like rapid fire punches coming off Phineas. Where is that coming from?
I'm just playing with her hair at this point.
The snakes are like Galtus and Valoros.
Alright, since I forgot to earlier, Valeros is going to attack her again, but she's going to issue a challenge.
Okay.
Do either of those hit?
First one is a potential hit, other one is not.
Okay,
I roll.
there we go.
Hell yeah, that is definitely a hit then. Alright, so 16, so that is 33 damage. She is still standing, but she's starting to look pretty messed up here.
Well, I'm going to poke out her snake eyes.
Alright.
Take her alive.
Alright, and then I've got another +2 on this one from the challenge. Oh, those are pretty good hits anyway. That one hits, and that one hits.
Okay. Even without the crit, the 38 damage on like the crit was barely more. With 2 rapid fire rapier crit to the chest, her snakes let out one last and fall limp as she falls to the ground.
Oh wait, is combat over? Sorry.
Combat is over, so now you can take 20 on it and free her, for sure.
Does anybody know how to can cast this spell?
Here, hand it here. I can.
It's not on my list. But I do have point. Oh no, I don't. I didn't take.
All right.
And add 7 to that, so I got a 29.
And I will drop
Wait,
her
you're an
here.
pianist?
Yeah,
It's just on your list, dog.
you still have to roll.
If it's just on your list, you can just do it. That's the way I've always.
No, you still have to roll. I have a special ability that gives me a bonus to doing it.
Oh, well, I mean, if you want to use your ability, then well, either way, you can take 20 on it for now because we're not in combat. Okay. So the only real item of value she has, she's gonna have a random dropped item, but she also has a lesser extend meta magic rod.
Hell yeah.
So now, if you wanted to do invisibility from a distance, could, or is that reach? That's
Yeah.
extend
this
and
is
reach
the
sound very
duration.
similar in my.
This is duration.
Yeah, this is a duration spell. All right. Well, let's have. I'll just roll to see who does this random one. All right, Galtus, do you want to do just Wondrous or Armor and Weapons? Just one of them. What do you think?
Let's just do Wondrous.
Just Wondrous? Okay, give me a D12 and a D100. Oh, hell yeah, slotless items. Those are my favorite. The tables,
nice
I shit you
50.
not, the tables of the slotless items are like 4 pages long. Compared to like every other item, it's like, oh, there's 1 page with all the tables on it. Okay. So you guys level 10 now, you got 50%. Not that one, not that one. It's gonna be this table. Lesser medium slotless item. You got an even 50. Ooh. That was a good roll. At least for money value. Go ahead and give me a spellcraft as you look at a stone that is still orbiting one of the statue's heads.
Yes. Which one is this?
Alright. We got a 16 and a 28. You guys, 15, 16, 28. You guys assisting Phineas would know that this is... It's an ion stone, first of all. This is a dark blue rhomboid ion stone. The wearer takes no penalties on perception checks for being distracted or asleep. While asleep, the wearer can remain open-eyed and fully aware of his environment, though he is still helpless against undetected threats until he actually wakes up.
So is this dark blue rhomboid?
Dark blue rhomboid. Yeah, here, I'll drop it in the Roll20 as well.
Is it cracked or flawed in any way?
Nope, just straight normal.
Cool. That just means that someone gets alertness.
And like literally, like yes, and literally sleeping with your eyes open. So unless someone's like invisible in a certain way, or like coming up behind, that's you'd be able to see them coming.
Who wants it?
I mean,
I don't sleep, so not me.
yeah, we already. I mean, I guess, like, who's the second best at perception?
I currently have 13.
19.
Okay.
25, but I think that's with buffs. Hold on. Uh, 13. So, you want to go with it?
All right. Now that you guys are out of combat, go ahead and give me a perception check in here. You can also check out the upper tower.
18.
Okay, a nat 20, 42. Jesus Christ. All right. One. Ooh, sorry, excuse me. All right. Do. Trying to make sure.
By the way, change the battle music.
Yes. So now that you guys are looking around, you can realize that these statues have been arrayed in a very specific way. Go ahead and make a knowledge nobility check or knowledge local check.
Do they get different results?
They get essentially the same result, but a varying difference.
Okay.
Okay, with 29 local and 28 noble. So, what's weird about these statues, this is the climactic scene of Alison Kindler's book, The Broken House of Cragmore, in which a wedding meant to settle a feud instead becomes a tragic scene of death. You see that all the participants here are soldiers and vagabonds rather than actual aristocrats depicted in the work. In one of the statues, near the middle, you recognize them as Sir Mayor Gertavis, who appears petrified. You know, this is a local nobleman that has gone missing.
Okay.
Specifically, this is the nobleman who... This is your previous agent. This is Eutropia's agent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I realized you guys had heard about multiple ones that had gone missing. This is the one that Eutropia had.
Well, then we should definitely thaw him out.
Yeah. Hey Ben, do I smell anything over here?
Unfortunately, no. You do not smell anything.
Okay.
No sniff.
Just crumbly things and stone.
I will re-wet the boy.
What?
I
Oh, you turned him normal?
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot the word of the spell.
Flesh to stone?
Stone to... Oh, fuck, dude. I've
Stone
only
to
ever used the
flesh.
bad one.
I'm dyslexic, okay? Don't hate me.
Stone flesh.
As the spell works across his body, Sir Mayor Gertavis appears in the middle. What's going on? The last thing I remember was seeing her hair. It was like snakes.
Yeah, she died We killed her. She was like bad snake lady. She turned people to stone.
What brought you out here?
I can't seem to remember. The last thing I remember was I was having a conversation with that blackguard Yander Mercondis, and then I saw her face, and now I'm waking up here with you.
Ah, so they must have done it somewhere else and brought you out here. Where were you arguing?
Sensmo, he seems to be telling the truth, and you're asking what was he saying?
Where were you arguing?
At that fancy inn that he likes to stay at. I went to go,
Wow.
I thought, discuss some of his policies, but that's the last thing I remember.
All right, well, we found that he's been up to some bad stuff, and we may be able to take him down.
I suppose so. Listen, I thought... Look, I'm not a spy. I'm just a loyalist and a friend of Eutropia. I thought that Pytharius and Earl Mercondis were honorable men. That they would let the strongest argument succeed.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's the case, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Well, do you know what the strongest argument is? Turning someone into stone. I mean, they can't really argue back anymore. You can't have a rebuttal if you can't open your mouth.
I think at the moment she would disagree, and I motion towards the dead Gorgon.
True.
Well,
Do you like? Are you like a familiar with any of the arcane at all? Like,
the
know any
arcane?
magic?
No, not particularly.
Okay. Does he have any like noticeable bruises on the back of his head or anything?
Bruises on the back of his head?
Yeah.
Not
Like if
that
he
you
was
can
like
see.
arguing with somebody, and then okay. Sounds like you probably got charmed and like talked into walking out here, right?
Could be.
I mean, I'm talking out loud to the party.
That could be possible.
Yep.
We already
Or
know.
they. Although, if you're charmed, you should still remember.
It's true.
No.
Maybe
So-
while they were stoned, they got their memory erased or something. I think.
They were stoned.
So, do you recognize any of these other people?
He's gonna roll a check.
For that matter, do any of us recognize any of them?
He does not. But Lieutenant Johnrick would come down. She says, I mean, some of them are other soldiers.
Any of them high ranking?
No, just footmen.
All right. Well, we'll have to get back to town, and hopefully somebody can come out and with a cart and some magic and rescue these people.
Well, at least with her gone, soldiers aren't going to get killed anymore, but we should act fairly swiftly. Otherwise, I mean, if we don't get to the grasses, the tall grasses, who knows when the commander will find this out.
Right.
Yeah.
So we should
Actually-
definitely head there.
Yeah, time
Actually-
is of the essence.
Do you wanna we still have like 2 scrolls left, right?
One.
One.
Didn't we buy
Elephant, Blaze, yeah. And
Elephant, Blaze, and this guy.
4? Okay. Do you want to use one more on one of these footmen so we can get like, because we already have like the circumstantial of her saying that people that got like she was checking out her boss sending people, but if we can actually get somebody that was like, yes, my boss sent me here. You
That
know?
could be very good evidence. Yeah.
Fair?
Have them take the Gorgon back with them as proof.
And we should
Yeah.
like send them to the town while we go check out the tall grasses.
Do I find anything up top?
Up top is where the Gorgon was making her lair. It seems that she really didn't have anything of like monetary interest. She just liked making this weird tableau from the book.
Is the book there?
Yeah, you find the book. You mean a praise
I
check on
feed
it?
Feed it to the Gishfit.
And the Gishfit eats this tale of betrayal at a wedding. It's pretty good. It's a fairly common story in Taldor. All right. Is there anything else you wish to do here? As you said, you want to free one of the soldiers and send the soldier and the Sir back, Sir Dratavis.
Along with the body of the Gorgon.
Okay.
Or at least the head. The head's the key part.
Ugh, gross. The soldier's like, Lieutenant Johnrick, is that you? Yes, listen, these people are on the up and up. I appreciate that you stood up against the commander, but if we're going to take her out, we need their help. You just escort the Honorable Sir Dratavis back. Make sure the Mercantile League finds out about this. It'll loosen the commander's hold. Yes, Lieutenant. We'll see to it immediately. They pick it up and keep moving. All right. With them on their way, providing evidence to the Mercantile Council, is there anything else you want to do before trying to make your way kind of a little bit across country to Tallgrass?
I have a question.
Yes.
How many people can ride the elephant?
I believe 3.
Excellent. I want to
believe
ride
3 can actually ride it. But I bet it could carry all of you.
How much does the what's the elephant's name?
Oh, guys. I know how we can travel and how we can travel in style.
What you got?
So she goes outside and she snaps her fingers, and this chariot made of like billowy shade, along with 2 phantom horses pulling it. This chariot just appears out of thin air.
Oh, damn.
Hmm.
That'll
We
make
got
go
phantom
quick.
chariot. Yep, it can ride across water, difficult terrain, and normal ground at the same speed.
All right. She can follow you on the elephant while you guys go in the carriage.
Yeah, sadly.
Elephants can they can definitely carry all of you, but she'll fall behind on that if you guys want to take the carriage, because she is happy to see Galley, her elephant.
How much? does she
Galley!
want for Galley?
How much is what?
How much does she want for Galley?
Galley's not for sale. She is my companion.
2,000 gold pieces.
Never.
Well, you know, I have to try. Do you know where I could get an elephant? I'm trying to start a zoo.
I don't. I don't know where you could get one.
Dumbo
Okay.
looking ass.
Yeah. All right. So with those, you actually are able to cut down the trip fairly quickly to get to Tallgrass. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Give me one moment. All right. As you all really only spent a couple hours getting there because of this cart and elephant, you see the following below you. As you see the site of the Caravanserai, this set of buildings spread out before you. Tallgrass is a sprawling structure made of smooth gray stone, a strange mixture of Taldan and Cadrian styles. The building bears several arches and a large dome between 2 balconied upper levels, and an encircled covered porch. Several small wiry horses are hitched to the porch posts. Now I'm going to bring you guys over there in one moment. Make sure lighting will work for you.
By the way, it has been an hour.
It would be, yeah, it would still take you about an hour or so to get there.
No, like out of game.
Since we started gaming.
Oh, okay. It's okay. We usually take our first break at 9. If that's what you're referring to.
Where are we at? Sorry, on this map.
Okay. You guys are technically going to be farther up on the ridge, but I'm going to ping you down onto the map so you can kind of start seeing what you're looking at.
Okay.
So this first lower floor where Blaze is like open air, lots of little pillars. The actual building itself is in the middle. These blocked off stuff on the sides are the upper floors of the buildings that you'll be able to explore once you go higher. I'm going to move you guys to kind of the dead center, so what you would be able to see on your approach. So you can see there is an elephant in the middle. And then behind the elephant, you can see tied up are a lot of horses that have been tethered here. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you're looking kind of down from the grassy slope onto this valley. Alright, got 31, 22. Alright, Phineas and Olivia are going to see all this. Blaze will see a little bit less. Alright. As you're approaching in the grasslands, you can see lying in wait on a patrol, there is a group of Taldan soldiers. Additionally, they appear to have 2 tamed lions with them.
No, Liv. No.
Not tigers, but still.
A light in Olivia's eye sparkles as she realizes she is one step closer to making a zoo in Stockus as an attraction.
Jesus Christ. Alright. I am... Give me 1 second. I'm gonna move you guys back a little bit. Oh, why can't... Hold on. Alright. You know what? That's not gonna work. Roll20 does not like when I do that.
Guys, I have dark vision.
I'm gonna put you on a different map for the approach.
Are we going back to Forest Map 1?
Perchance. We're actually gonna go to a road map over here.
Oh yes, with 2 Tannets.
And so I'm going to spread them out as wide as this pass is. Basically up to the river. You can see scattered around are multiple Taldan soldiers and the lions. It does not appear as though they've made a move yet, but if you want to get any closer, you'll have to make a stealth roll.
Alright, I will go invisible and make stealth.
I will also go invisible.
Same.
Okay, so
Good God. So much invisibility.
so our guide here, are these going to be all soldiers who are loyal to the commander, or can we convince them that we're on the side of right and they should join with us?
At this point, look, I was up in that forest for at least a month, several weeks minimum. Kind of lost track of time. I would be very surprised if any of the troops left weren't explicitly loyal to the commander and traitors to the cause.
Okay.
That's all I need.
All right. So Olivia, Phineas.
Hang on. Do we have time to get spells up before we get this close?
Oh yeah, for sure. You guys got a really good. You guys really spotted them from the high ground of the hill behind you.
All right. So I'm going to throw some buffs up.
All right. So my plan is right. We group them up together, and then I fireball them. But I have a selective spell thing, so I can just hit not the tigers.
Oh,
We are going to have to fight them too.
yeah. but we can use
I could hit
non-lethal
'em.
damage.
I mean, they could non-lethally damage to all of them.
Or we just go by them without them knowing we're here.
Do we have anybody who's going to put up haste?
Sure. But I'm going to wait until that actually, goes down.
Right.
The lieutenant is gonna ready to just like make a charge attack on our elephant.
Hey, do you think your elephant could sneak if we turned it invisible?
It would be outside the weight limit of invisibility.
Damn.
Bullshit, dude.
I can't believe there's a weight limit. How rude.
Yeah. What?
There might not be on greater.
Can I cast it on myself? No, I'm worried.
The weight limit's I think it's like 2,000 pounds or something.
There's elephants that are less than 1 ton.
How much does her elephant weigh?
All right, hold on. Let's see. Average weight elephants in Pathfinder.
Can't believe they're making
Doesn't
it
stay on their stat block, but let's go with average elephant weight. All right. Bum bum bum. The African forest element, which is the smallest common elephant, still weighs over 6,000 pounds on average. A bush elephant, which is the biggest, weighs on average 13,000 pounds, which is likely more what this is because they are huge sized.
Yeah.
It's 100 pounds per level.
So yeah, that's max of 2,000. Anyways, so what are we doing?
Well, if you guys are all sneaking, Valeros and I will walk up. Everybody ready?
All right.
Okay, I'm good.
All right, all our invisible people can get in position. Once combat's, she's basically just readying an attack to just charge across the battlefield.
Should I haste just beforehand? I can make it last for 20 rounds.
You do have that extend round, so yeah.
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 Yeah, alright, I'll cast it on us.
All right. Haste spell is going to go off then.
I'm going to try to get on top of this rock while invisible.
All right. If you're invisible using your stealth, still make a stealth check. I'll see if anyone
I did.
gets their
Got a
shenanigans
38.
and can see through. Nope. You guys are good.
Alright, so these guys are actively patrolling.
Yeah, they're kind of just, in terms of the map, they are static. Basically, imagine that they're just, like, walking back and forth in the tall grass, kind of staying low, on the lookout to see if anyone is going to stop this, like, splinter faction of the military.
Alright. Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
Did you want to do something?
yeah. Hey, what kind of check is it to know if lions have scent?
Knowledge nature.
Nature.
With a 19, you would know that these are, in fact, dire lions, which would explain their massive size, and yes, they do have scent.
Fuck. Well, there goes my plan of getting on one of their backs.
Sorry.
Basically, they have a chance to spot you with scent if you're within, depending on wind conditions. If you get right next to something with scent, it knows where you are. If you're in the adjacent square.
Well, you should probably figure out wind direction, Ben, because we don't really have a lot of options.
I already did. The wind is with you guys, so you would have to get within like 10 feet of them for them to smell you.
Cool. All right, so Galatas is going to walk out in the open and says, "Gentlemen, I've made a bet with my friend Valeros here. He said that none of you would be willing to come over to the side of Princess Eutropia and aid her battle for the crown. And I said that maybe at least one of you would. So, who wins?"
I assume you guys probably are attacking as he's saying that.
Well, not really.
No, I'm holding. I'm
Okay.
holding.
Yeah, we're-
Those of you next to warriors, you can see that they are like quietly like taking out a arrow and fitting it to the bow. They all have like little short bows.
Okay.
All right, so nobody agrees to switch sides or anything.
They seem dead set.
All
Having
right.
systematically watched the naysayers be turned to stone for the last few months.
All right, so Galatas is going to toss Valeros a coin, a gold coin, and I think we need an initiative order.
That's the signal.
Ba-ting! Gold coin snatches out of the air. Go ahead. It's already been wiped. Roll for initiative. All right. These Dire Lions and the Taldan Traders are each going to get their own initiative. Didn't select a token. That's on me. I'll re-roll. Oof. Screwed myself over on that one. Initially, the Dire Lions had 22, but I didn't click it, so I re-rolled. Alright, the Traders at a 29.
Them traders be fast.
Yeah, they be real fast. They be real fast. Alright. So... Man, they don't even know where a lot of people are, though.
Nope. They got a couple of targets out in the middle, and that's about it.
Man, this is really going to be not great for them. Alright. The two over here are both going to take a shot at Valeros. Trying to get some of that sneak attack damage while they can. What is Valeros' flat-footed?
Well, we shouldn't really have
Actually, you're not
a
flat-footed, I
surprise.
don't think so.
I mean, we're all ready for combat.
Yeah, I don't think you're flat-footed. Give me your regular AC.
27.
Okay, one arrow's gonna hit. Pretty much only because he got in at 20. Otherwise, he probably would have done it on 27. Alright. Valeros is gonna take 14 damage. Third guy is going to move up to here. Attempt a shot at Galatas. Galatas, what's your regular AC right now?
27.
Okay, arrow whizzes over your head. The other final two soldiers are going to try to move into position to shoot, which is going to trigger op attacks from both of you. Alright, you deck this guy in the front for 13, as he's kind of just rocked. From that punch, just absolutely whiffs his arrow, goes like sailing off into the grass. And Olivia, do you want op attack this guy?
Yeah, it's rolling.
Alright. You get a stab in this dude's back as well. They are not looking great. Alright, Olivia. Immediately back to you.
All right, so that was regular invisibility, so you're visible now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna study this guy, and then I'm gonna kill him.
All
Said
right.
they weren't looking good, right?
Remember, you're hasted.
Yeah,
Ooh, baby.
I'm using my studied strike.
Oh,
Is it
hell
gonna?
yeah.
I think it did. Maybe.
I believe in you, roll 20. Boop. Okay, so 27 for 20 plus another 10 from studied. Your rapier just stabs directly into this guy's back. He drops into the grass. All right. That is going to be Galatus. Galatus can see the lions have not reacted, but they're lying on either side. 3 on your left, 1 on your right. Although Phineas has already damaged the one on your right.
Okay. Sorry. The one guy I hit had an additional D6 because my hands have cold on them.
Okay.
You know, a lot of times my wife has cold hands.
With your D6 of damage.
I think so.
Valid. All right, the ice crystallizes, takes even more damage from that strike. He is still up, though. All right.
All right. Blaze goes at 14, huh? All right, so we'll head over this way. Zip up. I've got Bane on. And we'll take a shot with him.
Okay.
Yeah. So just
you
the first one.
Jesus Christ. You sprint up with the rapier, and just immediate, like, straight through this guy's heart. And that one
Yeah.
goes down.
He really should have gone over to our side.
He should have.
All right. Valeros is going to go up here and play with the lion.
Okay, has not acted, so no op attacks.
The large cat.
All right. And he's not flanking with anybody. So first one. All
right, both against
That's
flat-footed. Those both hit against flat-footed.
Well, he only gets
Well,
the first,
Oh,
and he
because
rolled a
moved.
1. So.
Oh, damn. I
Yeah.
didn't see
Yeah.
that.
And he only got the first one and he got nat 0, so. I'm not nat 0, so nat 1.
All right, that is going to be the lions. All right. Let's start with the lion in front of Valeros. He's going to full round attack with a bite and 2 claws. Another D20 go. I do not know.
Miss.
All right, first one is a 25.
Miss.
Second one is a potential crit on a nat 20. But 19, so it doesn't confirm. So regular hit.
Yep.
So the bite is going to deal 9 damage.
Okay.
He is then going to go in with 2 claw attacks. Miss and hit. The claw is going to deal an additional 9 damage. Now, with Galatus kind of being the most visible and in line right now, the other dire line is going to use its pounce ability to charge you and still full attack. Alright, so back to the bite.
Okay, hang on. So if I want to parry here,
Mhm.
does that just counter the 1 attack?
I believe it would just counter his bite. And then if you wanted to like try to parry more, you could try to parry each claw.
Okay, yeah, just I have to spend a panache each time.
Mhm.
All right, so we'll try and parry the first one.
Okay?
Ooh,
Nat 20 to parry. You, as he runs up, you just hit it in the snout with the butt of your rapier, and it snarls and rears back. It's going to try to come back in with the claws. Are you parrying the
Alright,
claws?
you know what? Let's use them.
Okay.
Oh, actually, with the crit, I got it back anyway.
What the fuck?
I know, right?
Did you get...
He literally every single time.
Well, I guess he can crit
He
on, like...
can't keep getting away with it.
They were all 18s, dude. You just easily, you like swat it on the side of the head with like the rapier and swat it on the other ear as it just like tries to claw and it's like all confounded by your blade. None of it hit. No attack hits. What is your AC too?
27.
Some of those could have hit too. That was wild. Alright, that's the lion's full turn then. Blaze, that's you.
Blaze will go out of stealth and say, "Hey guys, over here!" Like to the.
They all
the
whirl
other guy.
around trying to like level bows at you.
And as soon as they whip around, I send a fireball straight hurling towards them.
Alright, go ahead and roll your damage. Make some reflex
And
saves.
it's a DC 23 reflex.
Alright, so. Alright, the front right one is gonna pass.
Alright, so he takes half.
Did you like heighten it? How is it that many d6?
So I can get intensified for free from my tattoo. So yeah, it's 13d6.
And the bonus damage?
And the bonus damage is from another trait that I have, and then also Blood Havoc.
Alright. Even saving, those three all just collapse in a ball of fire.
Ooh.
All right, so Ben, I don't know how you did that, but I do have a repost with that. So did you do any damage to the lion?
Oh, I didn't add the repost. Sorry. Are you reposting all of them?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
I can do it up to as many attacks of opportunity I have.
Oh,
And
for
since
some
I
reason I
have
thought.
combat
Okay. Okay. In that case, this lion is barely still standing.
Okay.
As you kind of bat it away with those parries, you just each time swat, stab, moving in. This thing is looking bloodied and beaten. Which brings us back to Phineas.
Valeros looks like he could use some help. I'll circle around the lion.
How much movement do you have? Oh no, never mind. Dire Lion's only a 5
Hasted.
foot reach. You could easily, and you're hasted. There's no way. All right, and are you just punching, or are you going against touch AC with a spell?
Vampiric touch.
Okay, I mean that's gonna hit it on the punch anyway with a 15. Go ahead and roll your vampiric touch.
Okay, so
So 11.
he takes ice damage from my arcane weapon, and then he takes vampiric touch. So that's 21 plus 4 is 25 plus 11 is 36.
Okay. Go ahead and add the spell damage to your temp HP as you zap it away from him. But the Dire Lion is still standing. Alright, the traders are all done.
Some of them well.
Some of them well done. So does Olivia.
No. And I'm gonna study it, and I'm gonna strike it. Not study, strike though.
Zip, zip, zip. Move it around. Alright, and you're now flanking with Galatus. Yep. The 41 is for sure a hit. Even when I pump this monster up, 41 definitely hits. Alright. With that, as you
There's
kind of rear up behind, stab it in the side through the ribs, puncture this thing's massive heart, and with a roar, the Dire Lion collapses. Alright, that brings
Nicely
us
done.
to Galatus and Valeros.
Something, heart disease is no joke, guys.
As he pulls the blade out.
Alright, so here's an attack.
Come on now.
I just
It
clicking
doesn't-
the button.
It doesn't confirm on that now what. But still a lot of damage. With just barely with that extra damage Phineas gets on his spells there, that drain plus that stab is gonna be enough to finish off the lion.
Alright, you're just doing the first attack, right?
Just the first, yeah.
Yeah.
Just doing the
Okay.
first.
I stabilized the lions.
You stabilize the
Thank
lions.
you.
Okay, the lions are no longer bleeding out. Hold on. We remove their X. They are just passed out.
Alright, Olivia. I've stabilized the kitties. Now, if you're really good, maybe you can take one home.
Give me 2d4 rolls. See how long these fucking cats are gonna be asleep for. All right, one of them's asleep for an hour, the other is asleep for 4 hours.
How good is your handle animal?
We'll get there when we get there.
I love
I'm
testing
really
out my
good at
handle animal
handling it.
skills against dire lions.
You know what's gonna happen when they don't obey me? They're going back on the dirt.
So
As long as you've got a plan.
We should have got flesh and stone, then you could have taken them as statues.
Fuck.
Jesus.
That's a good idea. We could have put the statues in our bags of holding.
All right.
All right, so I look around all the dead guys and say, wasn't one of you supposed to raise an alarm or something?
Well, that's what I was getting to. I was double checking the stats here. As with all of those hits and the massive flare of a fireball in the grasslands, you hear a
Oh
distant.
yeah, I got a question. How dry is this grass?
Luckily for you, not dry enough. I already rolled for it behind the screen.
Okay.
I rolled on one of the ultimate wilderness charts for random weather to see if there was rainfall recently. Luckily, there was.
Because I do have create water just for this specific scenario.
I don't know if it had been a dry couple weeks if create water would have been enough to stop a full-scale grassland fire. You
Remember,
hear a war
Keith.
horn sound, and in the distance you can see riders are like mounting up on those armored horses you saw inside.
What's the count?
Let us see. Right now, there are additional horses stabled behind the tall grasses building. It looks like those aren't being readied right now, but the ones that were already ready, there are 8 heavy horses with riders on top, all holding a shield and a scimitar, and they're beginning to ride out towards you guys.
So how long total has it been since we got to the manor area?
To tall grasses, probably like
No, like to the first place we
to
were.
the first place.
Yeah.
Well, you guys managed to get the carriage, so you got to cut down some of the time to tall grass. So it has been probably about 90 minutes.
All right. Just saying if we're like fly spells and stuff.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that, let's pause there. I'm gonna go help out the baby. I'll be right back, and we'll see the thundering Taldan/Cadrian horde of soldiers coming towards you. All right.
Have you seen some of the TikToks?
With the
Yeah.
coffee pot? Yeah, I have.
What it's like to be Eminem's roommate?
Mhm.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Alright. We got our 8. Heavy horse distance. Alright. They do not have far to go. But you could get off one on them before they were on you guys. And then there is also the ones that are still tied up in the back. They're going to get ready during the first round of combat. So basically, we're going to roll again with the heavy horses in the order. You guys have a round to act before they're on you. The round after that, the light horses are going to start coming up on you too. They're not going to get
All
their
right.
own round.
Alrighty.
So, where are there locations that I cannot be charged?
It's pretty much just open grass field here.
So, none of these rocks are really there?
No.
All right. Well, they can't charge in the water, right?
Yeah, I had tried to extend the map on the other thing, but it glitched out on me
Yeah.
trying to do it, so this is like the closest I had. No, but this is like width-wise where the water starts, like that row of squares, they can't get to there. Like this is the width. 110. So once you get to the water side, like over here is not real, I suppose.
Oh, the water's not. So it's just completely open.
Yeah, this is a completely open.
This is like the
cliffside.
grasslands right now.
All right.
Well,
that's a problem because I don't want to be charged.
I have fly. I could cast it on you.
hold on, let me-
But what about Valeros?
I could also cast it on him.
All right, we'll take it.
Oh
Alright.
god, the super effective
If
fly.
you do that, you won't be getting your fireball off.
Well, yeah.
Alright. Since these are
But
back
that's
to back, by the
fine.
way, I'm tallying XP. I'll give you guys all the XP for that fight, the Medusa, and this fight in one go.
So yeah, reroll initiative.
Yep, so reroll initiative. The mounted people are going to roll in as well.
Damn, I am not rolling good this session for initiative. I rolled a 2.
Okay. Well, I do know one place that I'm less likely to be charged.
Is that in the sky?
Behind the elephant.
It's a valid point. Alright.
It's
Gotta roll for them. There's your guys' D20. Alright. So you guys have this first full round. The heavy horses are not gonna act.
All right. Can you move the elephant up a couple squares?
Oh yeah, she'd be closer. She'd be at least even with you guys.
All right.
Also, I take it back, the light ones are not going to run up on you guys, so it's just the heavy wave to deal with. With the provoked attack, the ones who ride the light horses are, you can see, like, movement inside the building. Looks like other people are, like, hunkering down. In case you guys kill these heavy horses. Which, considering what you did to the advance guard, is exceedingly possible.
And in fact, it is within our plan.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, let's see. I have cast fly on Valeros and Galaros.
No, you need to use the time to do a fireball.
All right.
Yeah.
I will use the time to fly up into the air and do fireball.
thinking
let's
about
see.
my options. Hey Ben,
Yes, sir.
could you put one of the bodies like back over here?
Okay. Concerning.
All right. These 5 horses right here.
Okay, middle 5.
Yeah. These middle 5. They're getting fireballed.
Alright.
Damn, that's a lot of damage.
Let's see. I want a frickin' D20s for all this. Alright, we'll have to do some at a time. Okay, first I'm gonna roll for the officers on top. The traitorous officers. Okay, 3 out of 5 pass. Which means 3 people on top of the horses live. All those horses die.
Wonderful.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5 horses go down. Alright. So that means the 3 officers that fell and lived are gonna have to make acrobatics checks or fall prone during the charge.
Hey Ben, how tall is a horse?
How tall is a horse?
Yeah.
In feet or in hands? Hands is how you
Wait.
like measure horses.
What are hands?
Like
In hands, then convert it to feet.
Yeah. How
Okay.
tall are you in feet?
How tall am I in feet? I'm 5'6". A normal hand, it's like literally if you stacked your hands, fingertip to bottom of your palm on top of each other, that's like a hand. It's typically standardized as 4 inches. So like a... My God, hold on. So like a
So
17...
it's the teaspoon.
A 17-hand horse is like 68, 70 inches tall.
Okay. But what about a heavy horse?
A heavy horse would probably be about 17 hands tall, so probably about, that's like, if you went up to their shoulder and back, which is where they're riding, that's about 6 feet off the ground.
But what is its weight in heads?
What about in stones, the English measurement? There's like 14.2 pounds to a stone.
Can we just talk about how dumb the English are for measuring stuff in stones? Like,
I just like,
Like,
I want some archaeologists to uncover like the stone. Like they go to a castle, like, oh shit, like this was the stone the kings were basing everything off of.
like they're too good for kilograms or pounds.
From what I understand from my British friends, like no one really uses stones unless it's like, except for like weighing yourself, which is kind of dumb. Like if everyone's like, oh yeah, I'm like 8 stone. I'm like, why? Just say pounds or kilograms or something. Like I don't know. What the fuck
No,
8
no, they're
stones
just
is.
telling you that they're made out of 8 stone pieces.
Okay. Well, long story short, all 3 of these guys live, but the one in the back just eats shit and is fully prone. So he's on the ground. The other 2 like stagger and land, but they try to keep running with their swords out. And then we'll go into like our actual order. Unless anyone else want to do something during that fireball going off.
I'm
Galatas and Valos are
how do I,
hiding. You had a body for some reason. I was kind of unclear as to why.
Yeah, can I like what kind of check is it to make the body like look like I like the body died on top of me and that I'm also dead?
That's usually
I guess just a bluff check.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna roll sense motive on these 2 horsemen that are directly in line with you.
Well, I mean, I would have been doing this before they got all the way, you know.
All right,
Wait, one of the
I guess
whirlpools
give
happened.
me a sense motive on them to see if they notice that you're just full of shit.
Okay.
Oh, they're riding like straight towards you.
Idiots. They're gonna look real dumb when they try and hit me and I'm dead.
Also, I'm a fucking idiot. I deleted the horse token that the initiative was tied to.
That is amazing.
I know it was between Blaze and Phineas. So I'll say it's a 16. God damn it.
I in action to flurry of blows on the horse that goes by me towards Olivia.
Okay. All right. In that case, I think Olivia, you know they're coming. We're getting into the actual combat order here. Olivia, The fireball round has now passed. You can tell they are riding you down right now.
Oh, we need the elephant in the turn order.
Oh yes, hold on. I'm gonna add her in because the elephant's gonna act on the lieutenant's order. Thank you. I
only care
accidentally
about
deleted her. Oh.
I will stand up and I will go hide behind the elephant as well.
All right. So the elephant's up next.
Well,
Do you want to just?
be,
Do you ask?
I'm actually playing till after the elephant.
You're delaying till after the elephant. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let's make you 21. All right. The Lieutenant John Rick leans back. She's like, "Do you need me as cover? If not, I'm gonna charge one of them."
Charge him!
All right. You see, she fucking like pulls out this like massive ass lance and just goes for it. All right. So elephant's got 40-foot movement speed. She is going to charge the rider on the other side. She has Spirited Charge, which means that on a lance hit on a charge, it's automatically going to deal ×3 damage. And let's see if it's a crit on top of that, because then those stack. It's not a crit on top, but it is a hit. So it's going to be her damage ×3. Where are my other things? There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. She is going to deal 35 damage to their lieutenant. Or to their, like, the person on top there. Alright. He was outside the blast, though, so he's still up. That is going to be Galatus.
Alright. So, let's see here. Does haste double your move? Or, sorry. How much move do I have?
It gives you up to double your move.
Yeah.
Alright. So, we'll just go ahead and follow the elephant.
Noted. Alright. Charging up. And you're going for this dude?
Yeah.
Okay. So that is going to be a hit for 15, but he is still alive, just barely after that surviving that fireball.
Okay. So just the first one there.
24, that is also a hit. Alright, with Galaxy Valor sprinting across the battlefield, kind of across this grassy plain, with those 2 hits, you manage to take out another one of their soldiers.
Alright.
Alright, and that is going to be Phineas.
Well, seeing Olivia run away, I'll go up here and I'll punch the guy on the ground.
He's like struggling to stand back up, like staggering from the horse falling over. That's a crit. You just rock up on him and just boom, 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 clock him in the head for, let's see, was that 17 plus the 6 for 23. That is going to be enough that you just crush this guy's skull in.
Nobody sees a thing because I'm greater invisibility.
The one right here whirls around to face you as he sees like his buddy's skull just cave in, and then the gray matter just like freeze in his head.
He must have hit a rock.
Alright. Brings us.
Oh, I'm gonna take a 5-foot step towards that guy because I
Towards
can
this guy?
take a 5-foot step with my snake style.
Right, okay. Alright. Since they are still gearing up for a charge, the 2 mounted horses on the right are going to try to charge Olivia. Wait, Olivia, are you on the ground? I'm going to assume that silence is a yes.
Eric, we can't
Eric?
hear you.
Are you muted?
He's gone.
All right. Well, I'll give him a second to come back. Then I'll resolve the other guys' alive's turns first. All right. So first of all, this guy who landed, he's gonna 5-foot step. Oh fuck! He doesn't know Phineas is there. Never mind. Oh shit. Okay. In that case, he would just try to charge Galatus on that diagonal. Go ahead and make an op attack. 15's not gonna do it. You kind of like he luckily has a shield up on the other arm, and you try to time it so you get his chest, but you impact his shield. He kind of staggers, looking around to see what caused it.
Now he would be flat-footed.
Let me double check. He's got pretty good armor on. I'm double checking right now.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure even flat-footed. Yeah, even flat-footed. It's his AC is mostly just armor. He's not a very dexterous guy.
Fair enough.
All right, is he going to attack me then?
He is going to attack you.
Then I will attempt to parry.
He is also going to challenge you.
Still going to parry.
All right. Go ahead and roll your check to parry. Your attack roll. He's going to roll his with that big old scimitar he's swinging. 31. And this is versus his full BAB scimitar. He got a 29.
Ooh!
Do you wish to riposte?
Yep.
All right.
You
19.
can just take the second one.
And okay, so he hasn't quite taken as much because Phineas missed that, so he hasn't taken as much as the one Phineas punched. So 19 is not quite enough to finish him off, but he is like one
Okay.
hit from death. All right, that brings us to the one who is mounted over here. Seeing this non-trader's military person in front of him, he is
With
gonna
an elephant.
with an elephant. He is going to go in and try to make some attacks here. 3 attacks with his scimitar on the elephant's rider. Alright, that is going to be 3 hits. 1 is a potential crit. Does not confirm. And these are power attacks. She is knocked unconscious, but not dead. And she is going to have to, she's going to tumble from the saddle. Which the elephant is high enough that she does take 2 fall damage. Which is still not enough to kill her, but you see Lieutenant Jeanric has collapsed. Since
Poor
they're
girl.
not on a charge, the heavy horse is going to rear up and go in with 2 hoof attacks on the elephant. And just starts clobbering the elephant in the face. But being an elephant, it's got a ton of health and does not go down. Eric, are you back yet?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. Are you on the ground?
No.
Okay.
Already be on the ground.
I don't know. It's hard to keep track of who's flying, who's invisible. In that case, they're not going to charge you. So we still got 2 more enemies to resolve.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm on the ground. I thought you meant, are you lying on the ground?
No. I
Under
thought you
the
were like
body.
flying. Okay, so
No.
two of the cavalry are going to charge you here.
Okay.
All right. They both are going to challenge you, which is going to be some extra damage. All right. The 2 hits. That's going to be the same. They are both 27.
No.
27 doesn't do it.
No.
All right. You managed to deflect both of their scimitars. They charge down at you, and that is going to be the end of the cavalry's turn. So it is Blaze.
Hey, Olivia, do you think you could dodge?
Yeah, I think I could dodge.
Hey, Blaze. You should probably see if there's a cluster of people that you can target in the building.
I will tell you,
can I
the
see?
building is within fireball distance.
Yeah, so I'm saying is
like,
what's their
Give me a perception check, because you guys saw last time I was saying you saw movement of them, like, preparing for you. Alright, you got a 20. Alright, so you can see, stumbling out in the middle, there is a bigger than your elephant in the center. It has now reached that, like, central front area where you guys can see onto the lower walkway where the pillars are. Next to the pillars, you can see that there are a few, with 20, you can see that there are 2 more of these, like, traitorous officer types, the ones you're fighting right now with the scimitars and the shields. So you get the elephant and the 2 traitors.
Elephant and 2 traders. All right. I will take a nice steady aim at them.
Okay.
Pull out my maximize meta magic rod and fire it at them.
Fuck me. Alright.
No, not the rod. The spell. Fire the spell.
The rod is just to focus the spell.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay, I got you.
So,
Took it too literally.
you know what? I'll also do it ultra. All right. So, so what's 15 times 6?
15 times 6?
Yes.
I don't know, but I can open my calculator and find out.
That is 90, 30. That is 120 damage.
Okay, so on a pass, they take 60.
That's correct.
Alright, what is your save?
My save is 23.
Alright, both officers go down.
All right.
The elephant makes it. And looks pissed as it begins galloping towards you guys. Hold on, I gotta roll.
You go ahead.
Hold on, no. I just gotta copy the elephant token over to your guys' map, and I'm gonna roll it into initiative.
Elephant inbound.
Okay, did not roll very well. Alright. Okay, so you take out the 2. Sorry, I'm just going between 2 different maps to get all the data.
Mm-hmm.
And the elephant does look hurt, but powerful enough that he's going to keep going.
All right.
Does that elephant have a rider?
It does not. It just looks pissed. You can actually, as it gets close, you can see that, like, its tusks have been, like, outfitted with, like, additional blades jutting out at odd angles. This is Grim Tusk, the elephant.
How tall is Grim Tusk?
Grim Tusk is an advanced elephant. He is almost 20 feet tall.
Can he reach 40 feet into the air with an attack?
Can he reach 40 feet into the air?
Yeah.
Hold on. So he has technically 17 feet. His reach is 15. No, he cannot reach 40 feet in the air.
All right. Good. I shall end my turn.
All right. Noted.
I mean, I can't move anyways. I just used the 4-round action, so.
Alright, so Grim Tusk are gonna try to charge somebody. Well, actually, he's gonna use the run action because he was still by the pavilion there. Alright, give me 1 second. Alright, give me a perception check as you look to the skies.
Everyone?
Uh-huh. Alright. We're going to roll it in a second. But coming out of the sky, you see what looks to be kind of like a sleek dragon with scales modeled in desert colors, but it lacks 4 limbs. Its front limbs are its wings.
It's called a wyvern.
I can't wait to tame it so I can have a dragon
Tis
companion.
close to a wyvern. Tis in fact something different. That rhymes with snake.
What knowledge?
Knowledge Arcana for Drakes.
Yo, is that my main Jake?
Alright, let's see, we got... Alright, okay, 435, Jesus Christ. Alright, this is what's known as a desert drake. It is a type of dragon, large-sized. You would know that one of its big abilities is that it can breathe out sandstorms. And it is one of the fastest types of dragons. A few times per day, it can surge its speed to take multiple moves in an action, in a round, and still take standard actions.
That
Right.
seems like a bit much.
Yeah.
Well, it's gonna do that on its turn. Not right now. So I'm gonna add it in because you guys have seen it coming. All right. But it is Grim Tusk. I'm gonna need it is just running, but Phineas, I need you to make a reflex save as it just runs over to the fight. Okay. It's going to step on you a little bit.
Once again, being prone.
You're gonna take 14 damage as it just like knees you out of the way.
Okay.
But that is its full thing. That's all it can do. It's gonna bring us back to Olivia, who is in front of 2 additional riders.
Well, I'm going to use the withdraw action. Hold on, sorry. Boop, boop. To get over here.
Okay. And the heavy advance. Okay, they don't have enough reach for that to matter, so you can zigzag around them with withdraw. So you're up by her, so she's still bleeding out. She's gonna have to make a check to stabilize here. On a nat 20, she is stable. So Lieutenant Johnrick is no longer bleeding out. Her elephant is kind of just in a frenzy at this point, so it is going to try and attack the rider that her master had previously hit with a gore attack. It's a nat 20 as well. That is going to confirm. I'm just going to roll that on roll 20, so I don't have to do math. The rider on top of this horse is just skewered on a tusk, and he shakes him off. So,
Ah,
we're gonna
good job,
take that
elephant.
The horse out of the way, because the horse is probably just going to bulk at that. That's all it can do, so Galtus. You've got
Alrighty.
1 person alive here, and Big Elephant.
Well, Phineas, you're upright, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just
Okay.
got hit. He didn't actually fall prone.
Excellent. Well, then I can get them a nifty little flank on here. I'm going to go ahead and study target on the elephant.
Okay. You study Grim Tusk because it's just like up top of you.
And I'm like, yeah, that's an elephant, all right. Okay, so those are my first 2 attacks, and then I get 1 more with haste.
All right. You stab into Grim Tusk multiple times. The 28 is not going to hit. He is armored that they've stacked on him. But the other 2 are going to hit for 38 and 32, so 70. Grim Tusk is looking pretty bad though.
All right, Valeros is going to 5-foot step on top of the dead guy.
Okay, hold on. I gotta start fucking. I know. I'm just gonna delete some corpses off the battlefield because I know I've already added up some stuff and it's confusing me. All right.
Looks like 35 should get in.
35 will
15
most certainly get in for 15. All right. That is gonna be the Drake. What's the most target-rich environment here?
Would I know if Drakes speak Draconic?
Whoever got the 35 would know that Drakes do speak Draconic.
Who got that 35?
I did.
I think it was Phineas, yeah.
And talking is a free action, right?
Yeah, you guys could just let him, just ask him.
Hey, do any of you know what that thing speaks? It looks kind of intelligent.
You could just yell at it in Draconic.
That's very true. I'm going to just yell "Hey" at it in Draconic.
Okay, interesting choice.
Why are you here? Are you in danger? We aren't here to kill you specifically.
It's gonna fly over here with one movement action. It is going to breathe straight down in a 15-foot radius. It's gonna get everybody except Phineas, including the elephant and the officer, who are both gonna go down, even if they make the save. But depending on the rolls, this could potentially kill Lieutenant Johnrick. Alright, let's get stats up here. Alright, everybody go ahead and in that area, make a reflex save. So Lieutenant Johnrick is hit by a mixture of lightning and whipping sands as this like crackling electric sandstorm surrounds you all. All of you guys pass right there. The elephant does not pass, but let's double check. Elephant is still up. Johnrick goes down. And you guys can tell that this sandstorm cloud, it did like summon a sandstorm with its mouth. It is like remaining there. So if you stay in there, you're gonna take even more damage.
Yeah.
Alright. It is then going to use one of its Drake surges, and it is going to fly away across the battlefield again.
All right, so those of us who made it, do we still take half damage?
You do still take half damage.
All right.
And
much is
everyone
half
made it there. Except for the poor lieutenant.
How's the elephant looking? Not the death elephant.
Yeah, the big one's pretty dead. The elephant on your guys' side is at 11 out of like 90 HP.
All right.
Pretty
Not doing
fucked
so.
up.
And the lieutenant's gone.
Lieutenant is very gone.
All right.
You could see, I would say, like, even though like it's partially obscured, things do have mischance from ranged attacks in this storm, but even so, you can see her body being like struck by multiple bolts of lightning, and it's just completely sundered.
Darn shame. She was a nice lady. Well, she wasn't nice.
She was alright. So what is Phineas going to do?
It's a very good question.
Well, those two horses are still up, right?
Yes. They are both still up.
Phineas is going to twist his hand and let the wand of lightning bolt fall into his hand. And then he's going to cast lightning bolt at the Drake. It has to make a reflex save for half.
The dragon that just did lightning storms at us.
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
You might want to check and make sure he's not immune.
I would say with your check, with your previous check, you would know that he's resistant. He's not immune.
Okay.
Just hit the horses.
Please just hit the horses.
Fine, I'll go with the horses.
Up to you.
And they're wearing metal.
All right. Which horse are you targeting? Left or right? Oh, actually, if you get from... Oh, yeah, if you move up to with haste, you could definitely get both.
Yeah, I'm gonna move
plus
there.
plus the riders.
Are you
That
specifically
would be
targeting at the riders or the horses? Because they're kind of on like two separate like heights.
see, it says it's 120 line to each creature within the area.
Yeah, so it's big enough. It should hit everybody.
Yeah.
Well, there's like a... It's not like up to the sky, you know? It's like a 120-foot straight line.
Right.
Yeah, but he could do it from his square, right? Angle it up and then hit the horses and the riders.
Ah, I see what you're saying. Okay. Hold on, let me get an extra d20 that I need 4.
So I did 54 damage.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. All right, let's start with the riders. They're going to pass. The horses are going to fail. And you said it was 35?
54.
54. Oh my god. I don't know why I said 35. All right, so horses are going to go down. But the officers are going to live. They're both going to have to make the reflex save or fall prone. The one nearest Phineas is prone on the ground. And I took them out of the order again because I'm a fool. But they are at 16. So they will be acting after Phineas. Alright. So the front one is going to stand up and drink a potion. See some of his wounds vanish. The other one is going to move around his friend and take a swing at you with the scimitar.
Okay, I am invisible.
Oh, right, you're greater invisible. Alright. Let's see.
Well, he knows where he is. It should just be concealment, right?
Yeah, he saw the lightning bolt flash. I'm just trying to make sure he doesn't have anything else that'll help right there. Okay, he does not. Alright, so he's going to take a swing where he saw the lightning bolt originate. Do you want highs to be a hit or lows to be a hit?
Lows to be a hit.
Highs, he whiffs straight through you. Alright. And the other one drank his potions. That brings us to Blaze.
I don't know how to parley with a dragon.
You could try talking to Draconic and make a diplomacy check.
Yeah.
That seems
Well,
very
that's
angry.
what I'm planning. I don't know what to say.
Oh, like what do you actually say to it? Got it.
Well, one thing that might be useful is if to find out why he's in this fight.
Why are you here fighting? I'll call out to it in Draconic.
Give me a diplomacy check. See if he likes your vibe.
I'm also pretty dragony. Also, I rolled a 2.
All right. Mistress Stauble commands us. She is more powerful than any of you.
I could go on with her one-on-one.
From a distance.
I'd like to see you try. All right, that's
you
probably
bring-
about as much as you could get on the 6 seconds.
All right. For the rest of my turn, I'm just gonna send in a good old fireball on these two. So have them make a save. I can shoot it down like.
These two guys. How far away is the Drake?
The Drake is, he is currently flew up at an angle. He's 30 feet up.
Blaze, you might want to try taking out the Drake. I'm not sure that the two guys there are the biggest threat.
Don't worry, I'm talking with it. It's fine.
All right.
So I'm going to send a fireball like right below me to have it blow up, and since it's a 20-foot radius, it shouldn't be able to hit me.
Okay. The dome of fire swells nearly to your feet, but does not hit you. Just give me 2 more reflex saves. All right. The guard that healed is still up. So, sorry, the officer that healed is still up. The other one is dead.
Wunderbar.
God, why do I always click the one that's the turn? I never remember which one it is. All right. And with that, we're going back to the top with Olivia. So Olivia, you got Drake and one more creature, one more officer.
I'm going to charge and then study strike him.
Okay. Go ahead and make your study strike.
So that. God.
Alright, and with 35 damage total, you're going to drop the other one. So they are fully out of the fight now. The only enemy on this battlefield is the Desert Drake. Next it is Galatus and Valoros.
Alright, so Valoros is going to drink 2 cure moderate wounds potions.
Can you drink 2 in one turn?
Well, yeah, each one's a move action, right?
I think it's a standard unless you have a like rogue trait or some other stuff that does it.
Okay, he's going to drink 1. Alright, so that is 2d8 plus 3.
Moderate, yeah, I think it's 2d8 plus 3. And then Sirius is 3d8 plus 5.
Lame. Alright, so he gets 6 back.
Rough. Right.
Yep, and then Galatus. Oh, hang on. Where's the edge of the storm?
Here, let me... Actually, I can just get a radius thing up. That'll be easier. Alright, Roll20 is being real slow on me right now. Alright, it's not loading the radius I want, but I'll put this one up another builder the less. 15. About like that.
Oh, they missed us then.
The I'm not sizing really. I did the arrows before and it worked out.
If it's there, then it didn't hit me, right? Okay.
Alright, so
There we go. There we go.
he'll go ahead and just pop up there. Assuming there's room for me in that square with the dead elephant.
We'll say you can climb over the elephant.
Alright. And then he's going to cast Cure Light Wounds.
That.
So 5 more. And that's us.
All right. In that case, it is going to be back to the Drake. Roll to see what his next blast is. Okay.
Is the elephant out of the fight now?
This elephant?
Yep.
He would have... Oh, sorry. I deleted her token, but she would have gone first, so he would have just run away.
Okay.
Probably just piece the fuck out. Alright. This bad boy sees the one talking Draconic at him and is going to attempt to do a flyby attack here. Attempting to bite you on the way up. He's still about 30 feet off the ground. It's potential crit. What is your AC?
That is 18.
Okay, that's going to be a confirmed crit. Minimum on his damage dice, though, so that's good. Alright, you're gonna take 40 regular damage. And then 9 lightning damage as his teeth crackle with electricity. And that is his full turn, which brings us back to Phineas.
Can I just say in Draconic, you bitch, we were talking!
The only one worth listening to is my mistress.
Look, I'm going to kill your mistress, alright? But I'm going to leave you alive to watch.
Tough talk for someone bleeding from my fangs.
Yeah.
Phineas, your turn.
Wait a sec.
That's awfully tough talk for someone with a sword.
No.
Oh my god.
He is currently 5 feet horizontally and then 30 feet up from you. So, like 31 feet total on the diagonal. Not a lot. Phineas? Hello? I think you might be muted on your mic or something, because I can see you're lighting up, but I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So in Draconic, I'll try doing a diplomacy check.
Okay.
I'll tell him, we have defeated Iron Lash of Moret. We have defeated the Sorcerer Kings of Bartleby. Your mistress is nothing compared to our might.
See a 32 instead of a 23. The dragon does hesitate.
Stand and be made mighty with us, or stand against us and die with your mistress.
Show him the book. Send the Gishfit after him.
Ring true, but you must free my brother. If you agree to this task, I will fly back to the deserts.
We will free your brother as a token of our magnanimity.
And Phineas is being genuine about that, I assume.
Yeah.
Alright, the Drake. Very well. May the desert wind be at your back. And he's gonna fly away.
Nicely done,
Bring us-
Phineas.
Out of combat. Alright. I am going to add up a buttload of XP for you guys.
We prefer it in stones.
Yeah.
Stones of XP. Alright. So,
Can you use these stones of XP to throw at my enemies?
you got that person. And then we have these poor little scouts that you guys slaughtered. And then they're still asleep. We're gonna give you XP for defeating the Dire Lines, because you did beat them before stabilizing them. Boom. Go away, Steve, please. And... Alright, and then for defeating all those freaking Cavaliers, that was a lot of Cavaliers. Okay, everybody's gonna get 7,100 XP. Oh, actually, give me one moment. You're also gonna get some for the elephant as well. Okay. Add another 1,200 on top of that. So that is 8,300 total.
I meant like the overall total for the
Oh,
group.
okay. Sorry, I thought you were asking for that total. My bad.
No.
Uh,
So
13,500.
I don't think that's a level up yet.
No. We've still got.
We just leveled up like last session, just barely.
hmm
We're about a fifth of the way there.
what was that? What was my questions?
What was your question?
I'm gonna look over at Phineas and say, we're not just gonna let the other dragon go, right? Like, we're gonna get something from him, right?
Ooh! You can make a contract with the other dragon.
Yeah.
I could.
Oh, well. That could be an interesting result down the line. Alright, so...
You know, I really want to ride a dragon. That would be super cool.
Alright, I'm going to use up some of our healing stuff.
Alright.
Yeah, please
Guys,
do.
track your healing there. I'm going to...
Hey,
shift
Ben?
that- Yes.
Can I name the other dragon Tad Cooper?
Yes, you can.
Gishfet?
You can absolutely name
You have-
Tad Cooper.
Do you have a name for your Gishfet?
No, I don't.
Just Gishfit.
You should name your Gishfet.
Alright, hold on. I'm just moving us over to the other map. You guys can still do your healing and stuff. Presume that happens.
So do we have, what charges do we have? Like, what ones do we have for healing and stuff?
We've got Cure Moderate and Infernal Healing.
How many charges of Infernal do we got?
I do not know.
How many what?
Charges of Infernal.
Well, we had 32 and I just used 5. So 27.
Alright, I also need to use 5.
Alright.
Why is the stream gray?
I don't know. I'm great too.
Hold on. Just gonna refresh it and see if that fixes it.
So did the people we killed have any worthwhile loot?
Oh, wait, can you save my token as my token? Also give it sight, please.
Yes, momentarily. Just gotta finish. It's still reloading right now. So the regular like traders didn't really have shit. They had like one potion which they all drank on the way there. But the officers left over. They did drink some potions before combat. I'm just gonna drop their combat gear in for you. This is times 8. Okay, it's not great anymore if you refresh. It was on my truck, it was doing that. Alright. And, let's see, Blaze. Is everyone healed? I'm just getting Blazes. Blaze, is your token not the one that's on your sheet?
Okay, whenever I drag it, it always has none of my bars or anything on it, and it doesn't have sight.
Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. gonna attribute your first bar to like actually be HP, so you don't have to manually do it.
And my second bar is just like for meta magic ones. So
Okay, I'll leave that second bar alone then. All right, and you, what's your vision?
normal and low light.
All right,
I don't go dark vision for another couple levels.
and let's see. We're gonna have to save this as your new token. Okay, you're good.
Cool.
Alrighty. Everyone good? Everyone got any more healing to do?
I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Excellent. Alright. So you got these kind of open ways. They're about a few feet off the ground. There's like this little bit of stairs on either side that you could go to. Remember the buildings all the way on like this side and this side? Those are actually like the second floors that are on either side of this building.
Psst. Hey, Blaze, hit me with that invisibility.
Got it. She boops Olivia and now they're invisible.
Phineas casts his own.
Fair.
Blaze will also cast invisibility upon herself.
Is anyone
And
not invisible right now?
I'm not.
Okay.
Oh, by
Go.
the way, Ben, the yellow orb, when I have it on Blaze, that means that she has the ability to fly.
Okay, yellow is fly, blue is invisibility. Gotcha. Okay.
Hold on, I got one too. Green is Olivia being a boss bitch.
I'm not gonna remember that. Okay. So, where would you guys like to investigate first? I'm gonna say if you can succeed at 2 stealth checks each on either side of the building, so 2 on the left, 2 on the right, I'm just gonna reveal the bottom floors.
Alright.
And it shouldn't be too bad with invisibility.
Is that everyone or
Did I get
Anyone
it?
who's going on either side should make stealth checks.
well? Do you guys want me to come in with you, or you guys want to scout while you're invisible for a bit?
If you want to stay out here, we'll do it. You said 2 on each side?
Yeah, so Olivia got that side. I assume Phineas, looks like Phineas, if you want to go to the left with...
Yeah, I got the left.
Yeah, you got the left. Okay, hold on. I'm going to remove the lighting so you guys can see like the layouts here. At least for this floor. And describe what you're seeing in each room. So you can search more thoroughly in each room because there's going to be stuff to see in each one with different perception checks. But in terms of like personnel, you can see that there are several servants who seem to be angry over in the top right here. There are some sleeping servants over here. In this area, give me 1 second, I will show you what they look like here. You see these strange creatures, seemingly made of the grass from the grasslands outside. If you have a knowledge planes check, you can try to figure out what they are.
Plains as in like the type of land, or
Knowledge planes, like the different planes.
I like their design. They're nice and fly.
I like them a lot. All right. Excuse me. So, you would know that these are a strange form of fae known as grasslings. They like to just kind of freely roam across the plains, but when they are kind of persuaded by local casters, they can be used for defense. They kind of look like a crude 4-armed doll, and they're made of long blades of grass, containing no flesh or muscle, just more rippling grass, with the 23, you're going to know some of their weaknesses. So they are not vulnerable to fire, despite what they might appear like. You would know that they are typically very perceptive. They didn't see you guys while you're invisible. You would also know something to watch out for them is they have a lot of attacks with those 4 arms. And the blades of grass are like a razor's edge sharp. If they cut you, you will start taking bleed damage. Alright, and then in this bottom room, it appears there are several of the lower level military traders kind of, not cowering, but like hunkered down.
All right, and are all the stairs we see on this level up?
Yes, so you can either take this stairway or this stairway to get up to the left top floor, and same thing on the right. You can take that one or that one to get to the right top floor.
Gotcha. Well, from what you guys are telling me, I'm not sure there's much worth doing on this floor. We could just go up and see if we can take on, the boss somewhere.
Fair.
Yeah.
Sure. Just
All right,
go
well-
right.
Are these bars like big enough to squeeze through?
You can make an acrobatics check to try to squeeze through them.
That's a no for me, dog.
That is the requisite check that is listed.
All right.
All right. So the closest stairs up would be on the right-hand side.
Yeah,
Should we
these
just
ones
try
are-
that way?
Okay.
Yep.
That's good.
And Galtus, are you just following them behind?
Yep. I will make a stealth roll.
All right. Go ahead and make your stealth roll. One check for the traders. They get a nat 1. So I'm going to drag all of you guys to the next floor then, because you are not spotted. Alright, so you guys are up here now. You can see that the corridor does curve around to the right. There's also a door immediately in front of you, Galtus, on your left. Give me a perception check, see if you can hear anything in here.
Hey Ben, do I smell anything?
Roll for your perception as well, see if you smell something.
Okay.
It's +8 with your smell, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's only +3 actually, because
So-
competence bonuses don't stack.
Gotcha. Even through the walls over here, you can smell that like cloying scent of grass again. There's definitely a grassling in this next room. With the 30 and 31 and 33, you guys can hear like someone trying to breathe quiet, but they're not quite doing it.
From
And that is also coming from inside here. You also can like hear like the clink of pretty sizable armor, or at least a breastplate.
all right. Why don't we have someone else sneak up and listen at the other door up there?
All right, whoever wants to make a stealth check to move up to these double doors can go ahead and try. All right, Phineas. You are good. Give me a perception check. Is listening to that room. So we skip the first floor here. You guys are up here now.
Sorry, thanks.
All right. The 32 does not do it. However, with the 35, Phineas, it sounds weirdly like that room is full of bugs. Like just chittering, crawling all over each other, the faint buzzing of wings. It's really hard to hear. They're trying to be really quiet, but there is what sounds like a ton of bugs here.
That's,
You know what? I think we turn Blaze loose on a ton of bugs.
Yeah, I say we send the pyro through these doors. Let him sort it out.
Or we could just open them, when they're ready to cast, and then close them immediately after.
I'm good with whatever.
All right, so Valeros and Galatus will watch this door and let the rest of them coordinate to get Blaze setting off a bomb. I'm going to call it a bug bomb.
Okay,
It's understandable.
fair.
Alright. So I am going to ready a spell, and then I'm going to pop these doors open.
Me and Phineas will like pop the doors open, and
All right.
she can.
Are you just immediately firing it off, or are you trying to like take a glance first?
I'll take a glance because, this room is quite big and might require some targeting.
All right. Give me a perception check. I'm gonna go ahead and remove the lighting block for those double doors.
Say 22.
It's 22. And what immediately strikes you is that you can't see any bugs.
So I see a bunch of like these couches and stuff, right?
Yeah, you can see there's lots of couches, tables, shit like that.
I try to strike as many as I can.
Okay. All right.
I can hit them all if I target one right here.
Okay. As you target it right there, with the presence of magic, a whole, like, multiple large-sized swarms of insects kind of manifest out of the floor in the middle, almost directly where your fireball hit. And that, go ahead and roll your damage. You see 4 large swarms of insects.
Sounds good. Okay, don't mind the crit.
Yeah, I know the crit doesn't actually do it for that. They're going to fail, and with their extra vulnerability to AoE damage, they burn away. So you guys have successfully dealt with that trap. That was actually a spell effect, but you guys do get XP for it. You
Well
make a
done, Blaze.
spellcraft check on it.
When your nat 1 is higher than the roll.
With Jesus Christ, that one for 21. Assisting up to a 23 is enough. You know this was a creeping doom effect. It's a spell. It summons a whole bunch of bad swarms. But what's interesting is it seemed to originate, now that it's gone, you can see there's a strange object on the floor. That seems to be the origin of the spell. It's not giving off as much of a magic aura as it was, but you can go ahead and make a spellcraft check on it.
25.
5. I see, Olivia got 21. Okay. You guys would know that this is what is called a Swarmbane clasp. It's like an ancient fossilized insect lying trapped within this ornate amber clasp, impaled by a long golden pin that fastens it to the wearer's cloak. The wearer's weapons, unarmed attacks, and natural attacks deal full damage to swarms regardless of the swarm's immunity to damage. If the wearer is damaged by a swarm, they automatically succeed at a saving throw against the distraction ability.
We have fought a lot of swarms that might be useful.
What's interesting is you can tell by the, like, other runes that are etched on it. Someone clearly, like, used this as a weird focusing point for that Creeping Doom spell, but since that magic was expended, it is now back to being a regular Swarmbane class.
Who has the most trouble with lots of insects?
I think we're all about the same.
It was a god named.
Oh yeah. I remembered while we were walking, you said that you were really scared of spiders. Go grab that.
Do you go grab it?
What slot does it take?
Hold on, is there
Is it
any
a
other
slot?
traps that I can notice?
You can make another perception check to see if there are any more traps.
Plus
Sorry,
5
it
for
takes
trap?
up the next slot.
No, thank you. I'm quite happy with what I have. Thank you. Thanks.
Galtes?
Maybe. We can see later.
Okay.
Alright.
All right. Cool. And Olivia, we got a 42 on that perception check.
So 47 to find traps.
47 on traps. There, apart from that one you just wrecked with a fireball, there are no additional traps in this room.
Darn it.
All right. Any reaction to the fireball boom going off yet?
Doesn't appear to be. Whoever's here seems to be like hunkering down in their spots now.
Also, yeah, like all of the furniture in here is absolutely wrecked.
Oh yeah, it's scorched and just burnt beyond all repair here.
All right. Well, we're going to open this door then.
All right. Before we do, since this is going to be a longer combat, I'm going to say let's take our 10-minute break a little bit early. I'm going to go... Baby should be about ready to go to bed permanently.
Uh-oh.
Permanently.
And I will be back in 10 minutes.
What are you going to do to your baby?
Hopefully I ever sleep through the night for once, but it won't happen. Someday.
Yeah, it sounded like you were implying that you were going to Permanently? You didn't commit infanticide?
I did not.
Come on,
alright.
cool new pad.
So
You gotta commit.
who's knocking on the bottom room here?
Kevin's door.
Rap tap tapping on the solid floor.
I say Valeros. He's pretty cool.
Okay.
Sorry, we're talking about me.
Yes. Who is open? Who's knocking on the door?
We're not gonna knock. Valeros is just gonna open it.
But that's not polite.
I know, but we're killing things for the most part.
Alright, so as this door opens outward, you can tell. It's going to open towards Valeros, like if you open it that way.
All right, so Galatis will be ready to deal with whatever.
Alright. So you're ready in action to do that then?
Well, I'm not sure how we can ready in action when we're not in initiative order. But basically, Valeros is going to open the door, and Galatis may stab something.
Yeah, you could ready in action to, like, do that on a door breach, I would say.
All right.
Alright, so you're ready to stat. As the door is pulled open, your ready to action is going to go off, but so is this boy's. I'm going to show you his full art. He is holding just a... Where is the thing? There we go. Nope, that's the wrong stobble. He is holding a massive Earthbreaker with a bunch of javelins on his back. So I'm going to roll... Go ahead and roll your attack. I'm just getting his stats ready. I'm going to roll for him.
It's Captain Hammer.
Yes.
You know what the hammer is?
Alright.
Yo, is this guy jaundice?
Alright. 39, that's going to be a hit against him. He got a 35.
All right, I'm going to parry.
Alright, see if you can clear it. Oh, yeah, I guess you already cleared with that one. Alright, so you don't parry with that one. Your attack goes off, deals 27 to him. His hammer's going to hit you. Hold on, first we need to subtract his damage. His hammer is going to do 22 damage to Galatis.
Okay.
Alright, and with that, we're going to actually, let me clear out initiative, because you guys were on the other map last time, and go ahead and roll in.
Yay, I finally rolled good again.
Alright. And let's reorder. Olivia, looks like you are up first.
Hey Blaze, are you gonna cast haste?
Probably not.
I'm gonna delay until after Blaze.
Okay. Didn't you say she wasn't going to cast it, though?
Yeah, but she is gonna cast a fireball.
Okay, hold on.
You don't know that.
Alright.
Hold on. Let's ask the character named Blaze what kind of spell they're planning on casting.
Alright. Well, Blaze, it is your turn. Are you going to do your thing?
Now this man, he looks kinda dangerous, right?
Well, he
it's
did
pretty
have
good.
his own customized art.
Does this man look like he's like maybe second command or something?
You can give me a knowledge local check. See if you know who the fuck this is.
That's an 8.
He's a big man with a big hammer.
Who is this guy?
A 35.
Is it
Okay.
37, Ben?
37, sorry. So, this is Jonas Stobble, wife to Fothry Stobble, both of whom work under Commander Stobble, who is someone different. This is very high-ranking member of her band.
Wait, there's 3 Stobbles?
There are 3 Stobbles.
Liberty Jode, you are now a toad. I'm going to cast Baleful.
Are they related?
He is Commander's younger brother. Other one is his wife.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to turn this man into a toad.
Okay.
So he make a save. The save that in question is a Fortitude.
All right, Fortitude save. That is gonna be a 25.
All right, that succeeds. So hit. Let's go. Strength.
The spell like washes over him, and he's like, "Not so fast."
Dang, I wanted the toad.
Olivia.
I'm gonna like go through, get behind him.
Okay, give me a acrobatics check.
Do I have to do that if I'm invisible?
If you're going through someone's square, then you do, because it's like whether you can move around them or not.
I don't know.
I do not believe it's going to do it. I'm just double checking right now. I have too many tabs open. Alright, you got a 24 against the CMD. That is not going to be the CMD plus 5, so you're going to end up on his other side out here.
Okay.
Although now that you're in the middle, you can see that there is another grassling on his left. You guys already had heard that. Or you smelled it, specifically.
Yeah. Whatever. I'm invisible. It's just gonna chill.
Alright.
Ready and acting to hit him if he tries to come into my square.
Alright, sounds good. Galatus.
Alright, so Galatus is going to throw up his Bane.
Okay.
Oh, actually, yeah. Well, first, Valros is going to challenge him.
Noted.
Alright.
Bring it!
So I do get those 2 attacks.
The crit does not confirm, but still deals 34. Okay.
Both +2 because of Valros's challenge.
Okay. Both are gonna hit then. This guy is still standing though.
Well, and then Valros is going to attempt to remedy that.
31. He's very badly damaged. Joan de Stobble is barely keeping it together.
Do both of those hit?
Yes, they both do. Is there additional damage?
Yeah, there is.
Okay,
He,
hold on. Add that in.
I didn't have his challenge on. Sorry, I just got to pull this open.
You're fine.
So that's +8 for each one.
+8 for each one. +8 damage for each one?
Yep.
Okay. Alright. So, as he goes down, you see he's going to pull out a strange Cadrian device. And as his final act going down, he pulls a fuse cord on it. And I'm going to need everybody except Blaze to make a reflex save. As it pings down.
Hooray! I don't get hit by the nuke, though I was probably the best person to be in it. You know, fire resistance and all.
Are you fucking kidding me?
You still got a 25.
It's very true.
And that one's not going to pass it. So, hold on. Let me get my dice. Phineas is also not going to pass it with a... Wait, didn't you already roll, Phineas? Am I crazy? Oh, that's the Gish fit. Sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't read the text. Alright. What a shitty, what a shitty last act. Oh my god.
Like all ones.
That was 5d6. Got a 1, a 1, a 1, a 2, and a 3.
Ooh.
So, if you pass, which is everyone except Olivia and Gishfit, you take 4. If not, you take 8. As his little last-ditch effort grenade explodes. I really thought it was gonna do more than 8. Okay. Let's remove him from the order.
Did you burn the grass thing?
The grass thing is not. It does. I gave him damage, but he's not weak to fire. All right, fuck me. Phineas.
I'll come around the corner and vampiric touch the creature.
All right. Go ahead and make your attack roll. Yep, that's a hit.
Plus 5, 34.
34. That's including the bashing and cold?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Alright, and he had plenty of health left, so go ahead and add that requisite temp HP to yourself. And then it is going to be the Grassling. They're not very smart, so it is just going to full round attack Phineas for being right in front. Alright, and it's got all 4 of these attacks. It's all natural. Alright. 21.
No.
Alright, 26.
Yes. Do we do concealment first, or should I do my dodge?
I'll do concealment first. We'll resolve that first.
Okay.
This thing does have various sight abilities that are letting it see. Okay, so let's resolve that attack first before we get to the other 2 attacks. Alright. So it's 50% miss chance. Do you want high to be a hit or low to be a hit?
High to be a hit.
Okay. It is going to be a hit. Then you can do your dodge thing.
Okay. Okay, good. So that one misses.
That one does miss. And that was attack number 2. So, alright, here's his attack number 3. Be a 23.
Nope.
Alright, and then attack number 4. That one is a 28.
That one will hit.
Going for mischance again. You still want high to be a hit?
Yeah.
Alright. It's gonna be a hit again. And where's the damage? Okay. Alright, you're gonna take 12 regular damage, and you are currently bleeding for 6.
Oh shit.
Yeah, his hand like basically turns into a dagger and like cuts through you. Right. Brings us to Blaze.
I don't really want to waste another fireball. How should I help with this, guys?
You can just wait it out.
Alright, sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, Blaze will just, sit. Maybe try to, clip her nails a bit, just get nice.
Alright, and that brings us to Olivia then.
How does this thing look?
Give me a perception check on it. It probably looks about like 2/3 of its health are gone. A lot of grass bits all over the floor.
I'm gonna go prepare to like fuck up anything that's coming up the stairs.
Okay.
It's my
So that is going to be Galtus.
Okay. So Galatus is going to move down to there
Roger, roger.
with some acrobatics. And get in one attack.
Alright, 25. Acrobatics is certainly a success. For 19, this thing looks like it is getting close to death's door here.
Okay. Valeros is going to cruise over here. He may have to take a attack of opportunity,
Okay.
and then he's going to attack.
Alright, I'm gonna go op attack first. It's gonna be a 29.
That'll hit.
Alright. That's gonna be 10, 12 regular damage, and 3 bleed damage. And then going in with 25. But with that stab, you're going to finish off the grassling.
All right. I'm going to be away for just a second.
Go for it. I'm going to be tallying up XP.
I'm gonna cast Cure Light Wounds to stop the bleed.
Okay, I was going to say, yeah, if you either can make heal checks or just do healing, would stop it as well.
Well, let me try a heal check first. I don't waste a spell slot. Oh,
That's
I'm
a
good.
success. Yeah, you staunch the bleeding.
And then I'll use Cure Light Wounds on Valeros.
Okay, everybody's going to get 2,400 XP. And go ahead and give me a spellcraft check to identify one of his items. Alright, got 27. Okay. So you would know that in addition to a bunch of items that you could pretty easily identify, he also has a lover's bangle on his wrist. You would know. Hold on, I'm just gonna drop his stuff in right here. Sorry, my Roll20 is still being slow. That's his gear that he's got. Lover's Bangle, it's a set of thick copper bracelets bearing rows of lightly engraved hearts. When it is attuned to its partner, the other person wearing the bangle knows if their partner is reduced to 0 HP, slain, or travels to a different plane immediately.
Huh.
And then the grassling has nothing on him. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you look around the room. Right. You can see here there are several like filing boxes here, stuff that used to hold like government papers that have been emptied. But you do not see them from here. Olivia, 35, you don't hear anyone coming up the stairs. Or smell them. And then, so, do you guys wish to explore the other floor?
The other side?
Yeah, we're going to have to go down and back up, right?
I think so.
Yeah, you'd have to go up down the other side of stairs. Here, I can drag you guys over. 1 sec. Let me move the bodies out of the way so I don't drag them. Boop-a-doop-a-doo, boop-a-doop-a-doo. Alright, so you guys are over on this side.
Okay.
Let me fix
Before we
you
do that,
guys'
I
line.
want to heal up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm kind of low.
And put up a couple more spells.
Okay, get your buffs on. Alright. Let me know when you guys have all your buffs ready.
Okay. I'm good.
Alright, in that case, you have one door up there on Blaze's right. You can see that the hallway curves around to this side as well.
Hey, Ben.
Yep.
Do I smell anything?
Give me a smell check. You can smell more heavy grass smells coming from up the hallway over here.
Okay.
Perception on the door we're at.
It sounds like there are many people in that room right now.
Paging Blaze to the door. Blaze to the door.
Motion to Blaze. I'll open the door and you should cast Fireball.
How powerful you want it?
Don't melt anything valuable, but kill all the people. Is that a setting?
It sounds like Matt.
No. 1, 2, or 3?
3. Wait, which one's highest?
3.
3.
Got it.
I'll pop open the door.
Alright. So, as the door pops open, two things are going to happen at once. First thing, a Drake is going to go ahead and breathe its breath weapon into that hallway. Second thing, with the right action, I'm going to need you to roll initiative, Blaze. This is not going to be for the actual combat. This is to see whether this lovely ram, which belongs to Commander Stobble, is going to hit yourself before you can get the spell off.
Alright. What a stupid name for a ram. Alright, so, I guess breath first?
Huh?
Breath first?
Breath's just gonna happen. So, let's see. It's gonna fill that area with
Reflex?
sandstorm. Reflex save unless you are Galatus and Olivia. So, from Blaze, Phineas, and Valorous.
I rolled a 3.
Alright. Those are all fails. You are all gonna take 40 damage.
Ouch.
And go ahead and make that initiative check for Blaze versus Anwa.
I'm rolling so bad.
Alright, Anwa's gonna charge you. So that's gonna happen. She's gonna damage you before your fireball can go off. Then your fireball will go off after that. Because technically it's simultaneous, but like it's a split second difference, so that's how we're resolving it. Alright. So, what is your current AC, Blaze?
Current AC is this for flat-footed or like?
I'm gonna say not flat-footed because you guys are readying your own independent spell over there, so I don't think you'd be flat-footed.
Oh, by the way, I have like what's this called? Mirror image up. So should they roll
Oh, your mirror
like?
image up? Okay, hold on. Well, first let's see if it even hits your AC. It'd be a
Yeah.
I mean, 27, I assume does. Yeah, I just saw the dice roll. Okay, so how many of you are there?
I forgot to roll my d4.
Okay, roll your d4, and then I'll add that number. Okay, so there's 4 extras, which means there's 5
No.
of you.
No. Yeah, 8. Because it's plus 4 as well.
I don't think it's plus 1 per thing, isn't it? It's like... Is it? Oh, are you high enough level now that you have the maximum to plus 8?
Easy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're like 10.
For class
Alright,
levels.
so in that case, 8. So, alright, this is a roll that doesn't exist, so it's a d9. So I'm gonna roll this just publicly on roll 20. Do you want it to hit you on a 1 or a 9? On a 1? Okay, let's find out.
Mhm.
That was a good call.
It was.
Do you want to know how much damage that would have done to you?
Sure.
Okay. Then it's doing a powerful charge. That's an extra d8. That would have done 28 damage to you on that hit.
Wouldn't be dead, but still down.
Alright.
Hey,
So now
you
let's
were-
resolve Fireball.
Can I see where Jalicia is, or is this
Not
just like...
from the angle that you're at right now. You can see...
Alright.
So from your angle, you can see her ram, which you had heard about that she used a ram, so you assume it's hers. You can see a drake flying about, like, 5 feet off the floor. You can see
I can hit
2
everything in the room anyway, so
small
I'm just going to...
traders. Yeah, I think you can... If you just hit a dead center, you're good.
I'm going to do it there. I am going to do a, triple threat. I'm going to maximize, intensify, and do the other thing that I can do.
Alright, hold on. Your
Wait.
boy's got to gather his d20s.
Yeah, it results in a maximum of 152 damage.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. This handful on the mic, this is just d20s for fucking saves. Okay, I'm gonna line the d20s up in a straight line. I'm gonna go around the room.
By the way, it is a
Clockwise.
DC. Yeah, it's DC 25 for that.
I'll tell you right now, not a lot of promising rolls. Okay, and what's the damage on your this is the flat 120, right?
No, this is the flat 152.
Fucking kill me.
I'm not sure how you were allowed that character.
I didn't think it'd go that high. Guys, I don't play casters, okay? I play melee builds. Okay. Give me 1 second. So, let's go down the line here. The regular traders are going to go down. So that's... hold on. I'm going to have to just drag them outside so I can get a pile of dead people. Okay. Stobble is still standing. So is her sheep.
That's cheap.
So is the drake. Officer dies. The wife of the stobble you just killed is still up. Also, I gotta show your heart because she looks fucking rad.
Oh yeah, she does.
What a baller.
Nice scimitar.
Alright. With all these crazy resolve things out of the way, let's roll for initiative.
Not rolling well today.
Shit, I need to move you, Stobble. God damn it. Okay. Move this hideous amount of d20s out of my way. Okay. Right, so we got our Desert Drake needs to get in as well. 12. And then we have our additional grasslings. Okay. Sorry, there's just so many types of creatures here. All right, Galatus, what is your bonus to initiative?
8.
8. All right, in that case, you are going to outperform Fathry Stobble, so you're actually first.
All right. I'm back there.
Hey, can you push me out of the way of this, please?
No.
And I'm just going to draw a shape because it's like kind of contained by the walls. But basically the sandstorm is filling the corridor about like that, essentially, as it squeezes around.
All right. So, do you only take damage if you end in it?
You take damage if it returns to the Drake's turn and you're still inside of it.
All right. So, I'm going... Did anybody do haste on us?
Not.
I don't believe yet.
I mean, we buffed up beforehand, right? But
Was haste one
Yeah.
of the buffs? I didn't. Hedrick is one of the buffs.
No one said they cast it.
Yeah.
yeah, nobody said it cast.
All right. Well, I've got to do an acrobatics to get through the ram. And as I'm attempting to move over to here, I'm going to holler at the Drake. Your brother has charged us to free you, and we will do so.
Alright, go ahead, give me... Alright, so acrobatics check, that was past the ram. And that is not going to do it. You don't make it inside the ram.
Okay. Well,
Anua is a thick ram.
sure. All right, and
Look at that. Look at that. He's wearing armor. Wait, that's the wrong one. Look at that.
He
armor.
also rolled a 4, so
Yeah,
all
honestly.
right. So
it's-
Valros is going to pop up there
Okay.
and drink a potion.
Alright, and that means... Ooh, 15. That's not bad at all.
No. All right, that's us.
Alright. That means next is going to be Fothry here. And I will say, if you want to make that diplomacy check, because he did call out like the charge here.
All right.
It's essentially going to be opposed by her making a wild empathy check on her drag. Alright, so 39. Alright, let's see. With a 37, you're going to beat her. Unfortunately, he can't, like, cease his breath weapon's effects, but the dragon's just like... Stubble. I'll fly free of here and break through those bars. So he seems not...
Sorry for hitting you.
Alright, so...
Maybe you just shouldn't have been here, dude.
Not invisible, sorry. Here's Green for being badass, whatever Olivia said earlier. The Drake will get ready to leave. But Fathry Stobble is just like, fine, then I'll do it myself.
I believe the term I used was a
Boss
bad
bitch?
bitch.
A bad
Boss.
bitch, okay. Well,
This boss-
she was hoping to
Thank you.
jump on her mount there because a lot of her shit is mounted.
Cavalier.
Instead, she's not going to use her scimitar yet, but she's going to just be like, you bastards killed my husband! And she...
Sure did.
He's gonna shout around the corner, "It was me, you dumb bitch!"
Ah! She's going to open up with her composite longbow. She's going to take 2 shots. The only one she can see is Blaze, unfortunately, so...
Damn
Actually,
it.
probably fortunately, because you do have all those mirror images.
You have a lot of mirror.
Okay. That is 23 and 26.
Oh.
Alright, so we lost a double last time. So this time, it's a D8. Do you just want it to always be 1? 1 is you?
Sure.
Okay.
One is me.
All right, another double's gone. Brings it down to a D7. 2 doubles gone.
Oh.
These arrows swing in, but do nothing really to affect you.
Mirror image is really useful.
Mirror image is a phenomenal defensive spell. All right, that is Olivia. As you kind of look down the hall at this raging electric sandstorm.
Going to... Fuck, I guess acrobatics through the fucking ram. What else can I do? As part of my move action, I'm gonna take out a thing.
I'll assume that meant like a potion or something. Or an extract.
Yeah.
All the people outside.
I'm the tech-
Alright, go ahead and make acrobatics check as you like... Let's see if this works. Oh! Just barely. You like wall run down the first wall over here. Do like a triangle jump off the wall behind Blaze, dive over the sheep, and end up over here.
And a thing is the technical term for my extract spin, so...
A thing, sorry, you're right. I forgot that you had that archetype that refers to them as things. Alright. So Olivia's in there, and you're still invisible, right, Olivia?
Yeah, I am in fact still invisible. I am gonna shout as I'm running through the hallway, I killed your husband.
You just hear her
I'm
like...
gonna stop the thing.
Oh!
Yeah.
I'm so dumb. Just fixing something. Now that you're in the room, first of all, now you can see Stobble. She's at full health.
What?
Well,
How was she not damaged by my fireball?
Because she got evasion. Oh, whoops, didn't mean to click that. Sorry, stream. But that is already up. As you look at her, you see that her ears are elongated. Her mouth is somewhat in the shape of a muzzle, and she has sharp fangs and bits of fur sprouting up over her body.
She's a furry.
Can I
Not a furry.
can I spellcraft?
Yeah, give me a spellcraft check. Uh, 23. This is a spell known as Aspect of the Wolf. It allows you to take on some of the benefits of a wolf, including bonuses to strength, dexterity, the scent ability, and bonuses on trip attacks. And you can make trip attacks as a swift action. So she's gonna make a perception check to see if she smells you. So is her ram. Well, Ram's already adjacent, so the ram knows you're there. And she's like, bah! The commander, like, lifts her wolf snout. You're right. Anua, I smell her. And she's gonna rush across the room. Does provoke an op attack from you.
Yeah. Oh, I ended in here, so I'm gonna fucking study her.
Yeah, it's a swift action, right? You can totally do that.
Yeah. Aspect of furry. It's coming, sorry.
As she is running at you, by the way, you can see she has a spell already triggered in her hands. Oh, actually, no, she can't do that. That's a different type of spell. Alright. So 28 on her, Commander Stobble. That is going to be a hit for 19. She's just like, yes, Anua, box her in! And you lot, burn! She's going to hold her hand out, cast defensively, and a vertical column of divine fire is going to strike on Blaze and those around her.
Oh wow, really effective using that on the person that looks like a gold dragon. Clap, clap.
So I'm going to need a reflex save from everyone in there. Blaze, if you're immune, don't worry about it.
I'm not immune, but I do have a lot of resistance.
Okay, those are both fails. Hold on.
And yes, that's also a fail.
Do you still take fire damage?
I take fire damage, but not much.
Okay, hold on. Okay. And then 4 more. All right. Those of you who failed, which is all of you, are going to take 30 fire damage.
Phineas is dead.
Phineas
Oh,
Oh,
Like
goes down in a blast of fire.
Yeah, like completely dead.
So that's one revive we need.
I'm sorry. What was that amount? 30?
It was 30, yes.
Okay.
Which I think brought Phineas down to negative, like, 23.
Ooh.
Yeah, something like that.
imagine not having 23 con.
Yeah, oh, imagine. It's like how much con a fucking room lord has. Alright. That is her turn, but Anua is going to, with 50% miss chance, you want high to be a hit or low to be a hit for Olivia?
Hi.
Okay, that's a hit. Olivia, you are going to take...
Is she gonna roll to attack?
oh, what am I doing? Yeah. Sorry.
It's easier when you just roll.
I have no idea.
It is 28, so it does not hit 32. So...
Yeah, I was like, holy shit, Ben, did you crit me or something?
No. Sorry, that's my bad. I have so many fucking dice on my table right now from this fight. I lost track.
It's okay.
Okay, you deflect her. Like, it's no big deal. Alright. Drake is gonna take the full turn and just bust through these wooden bars and just fly the fuck away.
Yeah.
However, that means it is his turn again. So Galatus and Blaze are about to take some more damage.
All right.
32 damage unless you make the reflex save for half.
Please, 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 please. Hell yeah!
Pass and pass. You guys each take 16 instead. And
Oh,
you
we're
guys
halfway.
got real lucky. With that, the cloud dissipates.
Oh, nice.
It lasted D4 rounds, and it did not last long. Okay.
Living
so
on a
let's take
prayer.
Dragon Boy out of the fight, which means it's going to go directly down to Blaze.
Is there any way I can get out of the range of this goat without provoking an opportunity? Just like 5 foot step it, right?
Withdraw or 5 foot step.
Yeah, I'm going to 5 foot step right here.
Okay.
Let's see. All right, where do I hit to like?
I think that we can assume there's an angle where you could hit them without hitting Olivia, because they
Yeah, like right here.
yeah, because like the way a fireball ratio goes is like that anyway. Like there's some setup here where you could do it.
All right, I'm going to do one more maximize for another 120.
All right. Okay. Don't need nearly as many d20s. Okay, I need one for Fathri, one for the commander, one for Auna. Okay, Auna fails. And the ram is toast. Just fucking cooked mutton.
Hell yeah.
Does it smell good?
No. It had to burn through so many layers of, like, armor and wool. It just smells like burnt hair with, like, a little hint of mutton underneath. Like if you cooked
So
a
you're
wig
telling
on,
me
like, a
there's
side of mutton. Alright. The commander, however, is gonna evasion her way out of this again and take nothing. But,
Oh.
even with the save, having already been damaged, Fathri is also gonna go down.
Nice.
I'm just going to peek around the corner again. Get fucked!
Like your dead husband, you dumb bitch.
She's so far beyond, like, she doesn't hear any of this. She was so far beyond negatives. That was like negative, like, 40 or 50.
All right. That's the end of my turn.
Alright. So, this is a fucking wild fight. Phineas is down. Alright, and now this is gonna be the Grassling's turn. They're going to double move Alexa. Olivia, the one that moved that way, would come through your threatened area up top, and also go through Galata's threatened space by going down. So each of you get an op attack on bottom Grassling.
I do not have combat reflexes.
Oh, okay. Then in that case, just Galatas. Alright, 37 for 13. That was a double move on both their parts, so that's all they can do. That brings us back to the top with Galatas and Valoros.
I'm also not invisible anymore.
Oh, you're not invisible anymore? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I hit her on my last turn, right?
Yes, you did
Or
absolutely stab
on
her.
the op
That's true.
attack. Yeah.
All right, so not sure how well we're going to do this. Sadly, Breath of Life is not on my spell list.
Just so Phineas, you don't have to worry about making a whole new person right now. I feel confident you'll be able to be risen here.
Yeah, 100%.
If not immediately.
That's good.
Like,
We have a lot of gold, and there's a town nearby with like a whole, Abadarian priest area. So we should be fine.
I hope the priests are in one piece.
yeah, I mean, there's like the temple you guys haven't gone into yet. I'm sure nothing came of that, even though it has a map for its own thing.
All right,
There's other priests. There's gonna be a cleric.
Yeah, I'm just playing you guys here. I'm sure you'll be able to find something. Sorry, guys,
right.
go ahead.
so Galatas is going to attempt to move through that one's square. Hopefully that'll work.
Yes, shockingly. They, like, take all these fucking wild swings with their four limbs, and you're just, like...
Nope.
Just dodging back and forth. Just Goku on Ultra Instinct. I just finished caught up on Dragon Ball Super, so good show. And what would you like to do with all that?
I'm going to attack the mean lady.
The wolf lady. Yeah, I mean that hits. It's for 27.
Does Aspect of the Wolf change her subtype and stop his bane?
I will double check, but I don't think so. I don't think that's part of this spell text. Aspect of the wolf.
Me either.
No, it does not.
Does it change her into a human/furry?
No, it does not.
Okay.
Shockingly, they
All right.
didn't write that into Ultimate Wilderness or wherever they added that spell.
Sorry.
All right, so Valeros is going to move up to there and attack the one that is being flanked by Galatas.
Okay. Stabby. A hit for 16. Still up, but that brings us back to Olivia. He's got 3 potential targets.
Yeah. I'm gonna do... I'm just gonna attack the lady. Twice.
Okay, go for it. Alright, 27, 33, and 26.
It's not hasted, sorry.
No, not hasted. So both of those hit, though, for 45. She is still standing, even with Aspect of the Wolf going on. Anything else you can do? It's like Swift or anything?
I'm gonna say, hey, we killed your brother and his wife.
She is gonna, as a swift action, thanks to Aspect of the Wolf, she is gonna make a trip combat maneuver. What is your CMD?
Where's that? 26.
All right, she, using her very special weapon, which is named Shatter Spike. She sweeps you off your feet and is going to do a double attack. It's a nat 20 for 27 does not confirm the crit. You are going to take 14 damage
Okay.
from her stabbing it into you. Ooh, sorry. It's actually... Hold on. It's not applied. I gotta roll it again. She has lead blades active, so it's a little bit more than that. It was an extra... It should have been, like, 2 higher, so 16 damage total for you. Ooh, I think... Okay, no, never mind. I'm good. Alright. That brings us back to Blaze, who is not looking so hot up there with 1 HP.
You look very hot at all. So what I'm gonna do again is take another 5-foot step. And then I am going to cast a Not Hurt Allies Fireball.
Yeah, hey Ben.
Yep.
Okay, never mind.
Which is just like the selective fireball,
yeah,
so I'm
yeah.
just
Gotcha.
not my ally.
54. On a nat 1, she's gonna fail. So are the 2 grasslings. And she and one of the grasslings go up in the ball of flame. Only the grassling in the hallway next to Valeros is the only enemy still standing. Grassling is gonna last ditch effort. I'm gonna say it's gonna go in 2 on nah, it's dumb. It wouldn't know that Olivia has such high AC, so it's gonna do 2 on Olivia, 2 on Valeros. Olivia, both miss on you. One's definitely a miss on Valeros. Highest one on Valeros is a 23.
Nope.
All right, then it does nothing, and that brings us back to
Are you
Galathus.
counting like the -4 for being prone?
Yeah. Even with that, she was much better hitting than they were. They're not good.
Okay.
So 5-foot step, those 2 shots.
Just immediate ending this guy. With that, with your 2 rapier strike kind of poking out its weird grass eyes, we are out of combat. Alright, since we're like 2 minutes away for ending, I'm gonna gather up the loot in the morning. So they got a lot of stuff and a lot of like story stuff to look through. Phineas, you should be able to be raised pretty immediately in the first few minutes of next session.
Okay.
So you know, but that was a wild battle. I am gonna give you guys.
You do want to raise him, right?
Yeah.
We don't need to vote on it.
No, yeah, 100%. Unless he doesn't want
Yeah.
to play Phineas anymore, but I think he wants to, so I'm always
Oh,
down.
yeah, I assume you still want to play Phineas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. You're just you really like. I would have been very surprised if you're like, nah, fuck it, I'll just play someone else.
I'm gonna play the Gishvit.
Start giving it fucking class levels. That honestly would be fucking hilarious.
Cavalier Gishvit, here I come.
Wait. Is something riding the Gishvit, or is the Gishvit riding something else?
Actually, you know what? Never mind. We're raising Phineas anyway because he has like gold stuff to craft for me.
Yes, things to make.
Anua's XP is that's part of Commander Stauble's. Goodness gracious!
Great balls of fire.
Great balls of fire. And then the depressed wife that you guys killed her husband. To be fair, she was a traitor to the country, so no hard feelings.
I mean, I don't know if she's savable, but do we want to try and revive the leader lady and bring her back to justice?
I was thinking we just chop off heads. And then,
I mean, with that fireball, she's definitely like not in negatives anymore. She would definitely be full dead. So if you wanted to bring her to justice, you would have to like actually bring her back, which
never mind.
Probably is not worth it.
No, especially when justice may just end up killing her again.
It's gonna be 5,500 for everybody. Sorry, it's not a second to calculate that. All right. Well, I'm glad you guys stomped on some first few fights there. I'm glad you had a bit of a challenge on that last one.
Mm-hmm.
But next time we'll see what proof they've been hiding here that you can use to sink Pytharius's man. And
I mean, like, depending on how much they cared about the cause, probably none after all that noise we were making.
All right, well, thanks everyone for watching. We will be back next week on next Monday. Tomorrow is Ruins of Aslan if you're interested in watching that. We're pretty far along the story now in Book 5. And see you all later. Have a good night.